He's a great guy. Actually, he's going to tell us about himself. Uh, he's going to tell us more about himself. So you are all welcome and enjoy the session. Yeah.
Thank you, Collins, for the kind introduction. I hope I'm audible. I think once I start sharing my screen, I'll stop my video to say one resources, but I hope I'm audible. So we get on to this. First of all, thank you so much for inviting me, Collins, and the whole AWS Cloud Club Multimedia University team, the co-captains and the co-leaders and the volunteers and even the members of your cloud club. So as you've been told, my name is Kevin Tui. I'm an AWS community builder. I work as a cloud consultant as well as a cloud developer for an organization called Data Alma, as well as I also teach computer science. And then again, I think you must be seeing all the gold things there. I'm an LX Gold Fellow, so that means I'm been selected in the LX program as part of the top 5 to 10% of LX graduates. So basically, that is how it is. Let me just allow me to check. Sorry about that. Somebody just knocked for a sales pitch. I couldn't do that right. So anyway, so as I was saying, we're doing. What was I saying? I was saying that I'm part of the top 5 to 10% of tech talent across LX, having done the cloud developer nano degree within LX. So what again that is very important. Let me see if I can pin up something here for you. Is the importance of the community. I love the fact that you're in the AWS Cloud Club. So it's important to be part of different communities. And one of the most important communities is the AWS community. So let's see if something will pop up here. Okay, again, I forgot. I just wanted to open up something that I usually share, but let me just see if I can just share this screen so that you can see current slide. Then I can share my screen. Yeah, there's sometimes I hold so many hats that I forget some of them. So let me just share this for you. So then again, as I've told you, I also run the AWS Academy at Raka, as well as a builder project reviewer. I also part of the Atlassian Community Leader Program, as well as the Atlassian Creator Program. Then what else? So there's also ISACA, which is a professional association for people in cybersecurity and IT audit or IS audit. So I'm also the campus outreach lead there. And for AWS purposes, I hold 2 AWS certifications. Hopefully I'll get to 4 by the end of the next quarter, before the next or by around February there. I've already scheduled and I'm studying for 2 more. And then I'm also into project management. So basically, I'm on a mission to make the world a better place through technology. And how am I doing that? By training over 100,000 young people across the continent in cloud computing and cybersecurity, as well as to lead IT projects that solve local problems using tailored solutions. So that is basically how I teach on that. And for today's purposes, we are going to be looking at 3. It's called the Unleashing the AWS Trifactor. and I'm really, really excited about this. So I will stop my share. I will stop the slides. Today is not about slides. I really hope, Collins, you told people that it's going to be an interactive session. That means that you need to make sure you take part in this. You're not coming to watch a Netflix movie. So you'll need to actually make sure that you're in this. So let me see if I can be able to access something here and see how we are going to be able to do this. Then I share with you. It's loading. So maybe I'll start by asking, how many of you have an AWS account? If you have an AWS account, you can raise your hand. I'll not ask you to speak, but you can raise your hand so that I'll be able to know. If you already have an AWS account, whether it's a free tier account or whichever kind of it is, please do tell me, raise your hand. How many of you do have that? Any AWS account, whether it's a free tier or the one normal. How many of you? You can see Daniel, Collins. Who else? The rest of us, you don't have one. Brandon, thank you. So yeah, AWS Depressor, okay, good. So yeah, thank you. Thanks so much for that, Daniel, for the interaction on that. So let me see if I can be able to give you, I don't know if I have that. Let's see. Our courses. Like, let me check on something here. So let me go to the settings. Then I'll share. I'm going to share my screen a bit in a bit, so say that I don't want to share content that doesn't work. I'll also be checking the chat. So if you have anything you want to share, you can also share in the chat. Okay. So I'll okay. Don't know on that I'm thinking of whether to throw you in on the deep end or or just take things easy with you. So maybe just let me get to So Lilochi, I'll give you access to the recording through my YouTube channel. So I'll not do that right now. So I'll give you access, and I think also I'll share with Collins the recording later on. I don't have advice to do that. So let's see if I still have access, or this one is ended. It is ended. So yeah, so I'd like us to do something. So let me share my screen. Incognito window, and I'll share my screen. I'll share the second screen. Good. These are the screens. So you'll be seeing me look from side to side. I have two screens, so I'm checking on one. So here, I'd like you to just Google AWS Educate. I hope this is an interactive session, and I want you to do these kind of things. Just want you to open AWS Educate. And then you're going to get something like this. So do open AWS Educate. So it's going to really help us have an account, even though instead of us actually having to get an AWS account. So are we there? For those, this one applies for the anyone who doesn't have an AWS Educate account. So if you don't have one, click on the register now icon. So if I do this, and I can do this on behalf of someone. So the first person who raises their hand, I'm going to do this on your behalf as you provide me your details. Hopefully they're not too personal. So anyone who wants to go in, and I'll do this for you, raise your hand so that we demonstrate for you. Anyone? Please. Good. Thank you, Daniel. So you can unmute, then we're going to work this together. Daniel Ringe, and I think country should be Kenya. So this is what you're going to do. Kenya. Then state, what state or province should I put here? You can tell me if you can unmute, or I can put it in the chat. I'll be able to check it up. So what should I put under your county? These are county, if I'm not wrong. So good, Nairobi county. Then city should, let me just put Nairobi for purposes of brevity. Birth month, you can give me the birth month, and for birth year, good, thank you. May 05. Good. Your email, and I'll make sure I think I'll filter out this once I share the video. I'll make sure I make sure I'll do that. So copy, then I'll paste that. So please make sure you're doing this as we are doing it. Please don't come here to watch. So what programs are you associated with? I can just say AWS Educate. Here, select English, registration code. I think I can just leave it at that. Then I'll create my account. So what you're going to have is your name. You can put your middle name if you have it, your country, your city, your birth month, the birth year, your email, and then you create your account. So when I do that, I think, Daniel, you should get an email. Please go on and verify it and open it up. And then when you create, if you create a passwords of sorts, if you're going to supposed to be great, you'll share with me via a direct message. You can just select my name and select that, then you share with me, so that once you're done with the registration, what's your goal? So they learn cloud skills. Okay, I do have an account. I think you've already created an account. So just use I already have an account. So if you've been able to click on do the registration and you've done the verification, please put a 1 on the chat so that you're able to get there. So you'll do that, you'll log in. So let me see if I can put mine. Let me see, I need to use my account that usually has my passwords. So let me just minimize this. It. So we're going to do 3 things that Collins told me. We need to look at network, we need to look at storage, and we need to look at security. So by the end of this, you're going to be able to have finished these 3 aspects and see how we can be able to come up with an infrastructure that is secure, networked, and storage optimized. So we're just going to finish the educate part, then I'm going to show you through a lab on how to come up with such. I don't know why my network is still loading. So I'll sign in. So we are creating new accounts in AWS Educate, not AWS accounts. These are not AWS accounts, these are AWS Educate. So AWS Educate will give us access to sandbox accounts, and it will make our life easier as we do these workshop of sorts, because you're going to leverage the accounts that are there. So I'll share the link on the chat. If you've already registered, you just sign in. If you don't have an account, just click on apply now. And I'll just log in on mine. So Daniel, were you able to verify your account? Were you able to verify your account? Or anyone? Just anyone? Ah, good. So if you've been able, you should be able to log in and you should be able to see something like this. You should see a top icon where you have courses and labs, an opportunity for jobs. You can look at some of the jobs that are there, and then just your account profile settings. So for example, if I just choose courses and labs, so you can see there's Deep Racer, getting started with security, which is a lab you're going to look at. Then there are others. There are also professional skills, such as how you do a CV. There's so many kinds of different skills. So you can see if you want to look at professional skills, analytics, cloud computing, development, machine learning and AI, network and infrastructure, and security, AWS Educate offers all these at a very low cost. And even if you're starting out in cloud, you don't have to worry. There's this course called Introduction to Cloud 101, which is very, very easy to get in and get started. In just less than 3 hours, you're good to go. So personally, I'll not start with that one. So Collins, remind me, which one are we to start with? Are we to start with networking, or is it storage, or is it security? Lilochi, we have been saying educate, 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 educate. And I think that is also what I have in the chat. So, and I didn't put, so it is AWS Educate. Yes, Collins, we were starting with? I don't know whether you're speaking. I saw you had been muted and I couldn't hear you. Collins? Yes, you're starting with?
Hello.
Hello.
We want to start with networking.
Networking, okay, networking.
Hello,
Okay.
hello.
So it is networking,
Hello,
right?
hope I'm audible.
Yes,
We
yes,
were to
yes, yes.
start with
Am I
hello,
audible?
hello. Hope I'm audible.
Yes, yes.
Networking.
Okay. So let me stop my video.
Yes.
Then
Yes, you are.
James, James Kibuti. I don't want to repeat and repeat and repeat. It is AWS Educate. AWS Educate. In this session, everything you think about, if you're called about anything, it is AWS Educate. Anyone is asking, I'll repeat one more time, AWS Educate. Israel is not answered. Let us not ask that question so too much. So you should be able to see this course called Getting Started with Networking. It is really not a course, it is a lab. So let me just share the link to it. If you've already been able to log in, you should be able to access that course. And let me see by a show of numbers on the chat, how many have been able to get to the screen that I'm on right now? So I'll be waiting. At least I need to get 3 or 4, 5 people there. Then we can move on. Thank you, Dan. So you can do a 1 there. Anyone else? Anyone else? Thank you, Brian. Good. So let us move. Daniel, I don't know. Just have you contribute a bit for the sake of brevity. Anyone else? Let's start my video again. So as other people get into this, so let us ask ourselves, what is networking in essence? So when you're defining networking, we're just saying we are interconnecting devices for the sole purpose, for the purposes of exchanging data and also sharing some resources that you may not have. For example, all of us cannot build our own roads, right? So we share the roads. Today I'm using the road, no, someone else is not using. Same case, maybe when you're using other scarce resources, even money, right? We cannot have everyone having their own nodes and using that. So what do? We actually share the nodes and exchange those nodes, the currency nodes, so that we can in exchange for services. So these network devices, they use what we call a system of rules, as you can see here. They're usually called communication protocols. And maybe if I can put it in the chat and somebody can tell me which are the most common protocols that you know about. You can put it in the chat or you can unmute and tell us which are the different communication protocols there is. Somebody can put it in abbreviation or you can put it in full. And maybe if possible, you can go further and tell us what that protocol is used for and what it is important for. Sandy, let's be interactive. I am not in a classroom. We are in a discussion. I'm just facilitating this. Yes. So yes, Michelle, TCP. Yes. So if you just ask yourself, maybe just if I just do this very fast, what is TCP? You can see it is very easy for us to understand. So TCP is, oh wow, it is telling me it's a disinfectant only. So it is a communications protocol standard that enables application programs to exchange messages over a network. And you can see it is a standard that defines how to establish and maintain a network conversation between applications as well as exchanging data. So it usually works, it's connection oriented. You already know that UDP is connectionless, very easy to understand, and it is usually used. In which layer of the stack is TCP used? For example, it is in the transport, right? Yeah, so as you can see, It's a very important protocol that we usually use. Yes, Brandon, yes, you have also FTP for file share, which is very, very important. So you can be able to check most of these. So you can say, you can even just ask yourself common, yes, Collins also HTTP is very important in the application layer so that you can send and receive requests through maybe let's say even HTTP requests and even hypertext. So you can see these are some of the common network protocols: FTP, TCP, SMTP, HTTP, UDP, Telnet, POP3, SSH is also a protocol, IMAP, and there's so much more there. So you can see they're there and you can easily check them out. So those are the rules, the established rules for talking to each other. Then we move on. William, you have decided to take us on a ride. So just say what 3306 is used for. Okay, I know you are the ChatGPT guys, so you can see yes. MySQL protocol. MySQL protocol, yes. It is the one for MySQL that we usually use for DBs and all that. So that is very easy to look at. So let us move on. So we need to use networks, and it's very important. People underrate the importance of understanding networking, and even whether it is a non-premise or it's an organization, for example, that is setting up their own networking infrastructure or in the cloud, you can never run away from networking. You can never run away about the importance of knowing how your resources, whether it is your AWS resources or any other provider, how your cloud resources communicate with one another. And also it is the starting point of ensuring security works, because you cannot secure what you don't understand. You cannot, what we usually say, what is treasured is measured. So you can only measure things by how you've been able to set what are your subnets, what are your route tables and all these, which you're going to understand. So the most important thing in networking, the most important service in AWS is called the Amazon VPC. So VPC stands for the Virtual Private Cloud, and you can use it to provision what you call logically isolated section of the AWS cloud. So there are certain limits. For example, you cannot maximum, let's say I can ask here, maximum VPC per AWS account if you have your in your own AWS account. So you can see the maximum number of can be shared is per VPC. So you can see that you can only have only 50. I think usually around how many VPCs, total number of VPCs. So you can only have five, right? Yes, so you cannot have more than five. So it can never work until you cannot get more than that. And you can see, and the best place when you want to understand more about VPCs is the FAQ section of the service. Usually, even in a study for your AWS Cloud Practitioner certification, which I believe you're going to understand, you need to be able to answer these questions. So, for example, you can say, I can always ask myself, what is VPC? What is VPC? And then we would want to get the answer from here. You can see it is that. So logically, you have complete control over your own environment. You can select how your IP addresses, subnetting is very important to understand, how you configure route tables, network gateways, and many other network functionalities. So you can see some of the components around a VPC is now the whole VPC itself, a subnet, which a subnet is usually a segment. Think of it like the way you get bread, right? Bread comes in slices, right? And I think far back then, I think it started out with bigger slices. Then they've been getting smaller and smaller. But depending on the size of the bread that you get, one slice can be bigger than the other. So So this is now the segment of the VPC's IP address range, and you can use it to place groups or isolated resources. So you can have something like a private subnet and a public subnet. So some of the resources that you want to have more stringent security and also not allow maybe direct access to the public internet, you can set them up in the private subnet. And also you have the public subnet where you can put more the resources such as that require to be accessed over the internet, such as maybe a web server or an email server, or okay, it can be a web server that you want it to just maybe give out some HTML or whatever it is, which you really don't have something that is so you need to secure from there. You have also an internet gateway, which is usually very important to help in connecting to the public internet. Your VPC can never communicate to the public internet without an internet gateway. Then you have an NAT gateway. When I say NAT gateway, just remember how expensive it is to run it on the AWS account. But it is usually a highly available managed NAT service. NAT is network address translation, just to translate the private subnets, the private IP addresses into public IP addresses that can be used for the resources in a private subnet to access the internet. You also have a virtual private gateway. So this is usually the Amazon VPC side of a VPN connection. So when you're having a VPN, in the side of the Amazon VPC, you have usually the virtual private key. So you also have a peering connection, and the peering connection helps you to route traffic using the private IP addresses between two virtual private clouds. So here, for example, you're having a VPC. Let me just do this. Let me get this up, show you something. Let me just switch my share. It's loading. So I'm still hopefully believing that people have already moved on with this. You've already set up. So this is a good place to start when you're looking at things. So a peering connection is, think of it, yeah, my pen is up. So let me just bring this here. Let me share the right screen first of all. New share, let's do a whiteboard. So let's think of it this way. So let's say you're having one VPC here, right? Then you have another VPC here, right? These two VPCs cannot, let's say this one is 1, this one is 2. These two VPCs can only communicate with one another, maybe through a connection. This connection is usually what we call the peering connection, right? So remember that this can usually gets messy. It gets messy with time. So if you're having, let's say, so if you're having something such as, so if you're having, let's say, another VPC here, then another VPC here, and usually there's a limit. I think William can tell me he's been on a certain challenge and he knows this even much better than me. So this one would actually require usually a peering connection here also. And then you cannot say that you can use, I think there's usually a limit. For example, when you're looking at it, you cannot use like the connection. For example, this connection, VPC, let's say this is VPC3. VPC3 cannot communicate with VPC2, right? Through VPC1. They also need to also create their own peering connection, if I'm not wrong. So you can see I'm already getting messy around it, and then there's also another peering connection. So it can get into something like, for example, what we call the mesh. So how do you overcome this? That is where you have something such as the transit gateway coming into play. And then you also have what you call, let me just stop my share on that. And then I can share again my screen on this. So that is where you have the VPC endpoints. You also have, which usually enables private connectivity to services hosted on AWS from within your PC without using the internet gateway, so that you don't have to go back to the internet. Think of it like right now, you want to send something from your phone to your laptop. The easiest way would be what? Somebody can tell us. Somebody can tell us, maybe on the chat, or even can unmute. What is the easiest way to transfer maybe a document or a picture from your phone to your laptop? How do you do that? How do you do that? Hey guys, I'm not here to perform. I'm not a performer. We are here to understand each other. Yes, Roman? Okay.
Simply
Who else?
using a
Please
USB
unmute.
cable.
Yeah. Exactly.
Hello.
Exactly. Using a USB. And what is the harder way? What is the harder way? What is the
Maybe
more long purpose? Yes.
the more
Please go on. The more harder way, the more difficult,
the more difficult way is
in the
maybe a
long
connect.
route, if I can call it.
Yeah, the long route is connecting a Bluetooth.
The harder way, yes, thank you so much for that, Rommel. The harder way would be I take it, I put it on WhatsApp, and then I open WhatsApp web on my laptop, then I download it, right? It means that it has to go to the internet, then I get it back, or maybe upload it to my email, send it as an email, then take it back and go, then log into my email on my laptop, then I start downloading the same thing. So if you want to avoid such a scenario when you're talking about the cloud and how things work, then you can now leverage VPC endpoints. So VPC endpoints is like USB cable. So you don't have to go to the internet. For example, there's no need for me to upload something to the internet, and I just want to transfer it from one device to another, and all those devices are with me there and there. So Bluetooth is okay. I know it's more difficult because of the fact that it's slower if you compare to a USB cable. But again, the good thing about Bluetooth is that you're not going to the internet. It's it's the connection between that device, as long as both devices have Bluetooth enabled. So which is the same case as the point I'm making about VPC endpoints. But the most optimal way, obviously, is using a USB cable. Thank you. So that is that. So when looking at Express Only Internet Gateway, it is a stateful gateway that provides egress. Egress is getting out. Egress only access for IPv6 traffic. Just know that starting, I think, end of January or February next year, AWS is going to start charging for IPv4 addresses. So the importance around how to now understand how IPv6 works, especially in the cloud, will become very important, because with IPv6, everyone can have a public IP, but you already know the issues around IPv4 exhaustion when it comes to IPv4 itself, and it is becoming more and more expensive to acquire IPv4 addresses. So somebody may ask themselves, why should I use Amazon VPC? So here you can see it enables you to build a virtual network in the cloud. No need of VPNs, hardwares, and physical data centers are required. So you just define your own network space, you control your own network, and also the EC2 resources and many other resources are exposed to the internet, and you can leverage some of the enhanced security option on the Amazon VPC. So there are so many more. I'll not go through all those questions, even around connectivity, around the IP addressing. So you can see, can you expand the size of a VPC? You can do that. Is there a limit on how large or small a subnet? minimum size of a subnet is /28, which is 14 IP addresses for IPv4. It cannot be larger than the VPC within which they are created. For IPv6, the subnet size is fixed to be /64, and only one IPv6 CIDR block can be allocated to a subnet. So those are the things to note. But you're going to, it's very important, any time you have an issue with a service, you can get into and just check on the features. So there are even things such as VPC lattice. How do you understand about IPv6 on AWS? So this is a very important link. You can check it out even at your own time. Good. Let us move. So I hope, how many people you can do a put two in the chat if you've been able to access this course, and you can go to the next. Okay, before I go to next, I think I'm so happy to get to the next. Just let me show you this. So this is what we're going to achieve. We should be able to describe the networking fundamental concepts. We've been able to see some of the VPC features, the benefits and the use cases. Then we're going to be able to discuss how to configure public and private subnets. We're going to also discuss how to configure what we call route tables so that you can be able to direct traffic within our network. Then you're going to know how to use an internet gateway and a virtual private gateway, some of the concepts that we've just looked at, to allow traffic into your network. Then we're going to discuss how to configure security in a VPC using network access controls lists, usually called NACLs, and what we call security groups and where they apply. So it's very important to understand the concept and the differences between a NACL, where it operates from, and where a security group operates from. Thank you, Dennis. The others, where are you? Where are you? I need to see over 15 people who are doing this practically. Collins even told me you're going to be having access to the lab or something. You're going to be doing these things. So please don't come to Zoom to watch. I'm not a lecturer in this case right now. So I hate it when I do practical and I feel alone. I hate it a lot. I hate it a lot. I feel that I'm not doing enough impact. So thank you so much for those more of us, Collins, Brandon, Brian. So the rest, if you're just here to watch, I would even advise you can come back later and watch it on YouTube. No need to come up for a live session to come watch things. So let's move on. So there's a survey. I don't know if I have to go through this, and I reckon if I can skip, I just get out of this survey. But you can do it. Then I just load getting started with networking in a new window. So I'm waiting for it to load. Thank you for that. So the rest of you, I'm also checking on you. The LBC, the Fatma, the Irene, James, Javan, John, Lilochi, Michelle, Sams, Romeo, Sami. Please do something. If you haven't registered, if you're facing a certain challenge, please feel free to unmute and tell us where you're facing a challenge so that we help you. No need to watch. It's not a good use of a Saturday afternoon. So just close. So you can see these are some of the slides around getting started with networking. So I don't need to go through the whole thing. So just remember that these are some of the things that are there, and these are some of the services that are usually there. So for example, usually have some of those you're going to see. So I didn't want to go through the slides, so you can see what is the introduction. You can see. So this are the things. So we are always interacting. I don't want to get through all these. So these are some of the slides. So Let me see, is getting started with networking a lab? Yes, it is a lab. So these are some of the slides that you're going to check. What is networking, decide the PCs, and also all the content around the course. So let me see if I'm going to get that to the lab. Let me see if I have the modules. I don't want to go through the I don't want to go through. So you can see these are these network components that you usually have a server, but since you are really held on time, I don't have time to take you through the basics, hold your hand around this, and just to do something practical. Very important to understand about the OSI model, getting to see how it works, what is the physical layer, the data link. So it's a very interactive course, but I'll not be into that. So this is the course, but I'm going to go through the getting started networking lab, the lab part. So if you're with me and you're going to do the lab, see if you can come back over time after we are done with the session and go through the course. You're going to get a badge after you complete your final assessment and you do your end of course survey. You can be able to claim your badge and also share it on LinkedIn. And you can even tag me and I'll be happy to comment and congratulate you on that. So where's the lab? Where's the lab? Where's the lab? Yeah, so it is should be here. So if you've been able to locate the lab, which should be under modules, you just skip all these and just go to this part written getting started with networking lab. So if you're already logged in, don't click on this link if you're not logged in and signed up. If you're already logged in, you can just use that link and you're going to it's going to take you directly to where we are. So you need to obviously accept these terms and conditions. And if you have time, you can read each and every one of them and understand what it means. But it just means that the most important thing is don't use the labs for anything other than the labs. If you try to do it for something else, you're going to have it rough from them. Good. So you kindly put a 3 on the chat if you've been able to load this. So you should be able to have a lab written a VPC and get an overview and objectives and be able to see this. I don't know if anyone has been able to get there. So I'm not seeing anything on the chat. So I'm giving you time. Thank you, Collins. So are we all there? The rest of us were really active. Brandon, thank you. Lilochi, you're very active when you're signing up. What happened? Well, so active. There's some people who are very active when they're asking questions about signing up on AWS. Then they went off. Yes, Michelle. So when you sign up, after you sign up for the account, you should be able to you'll be able to get to this place. You can confirm whether you're getting to this. So you just go to getting started with networking is the lab. It is written getting started with networking lab. I have also posted the link to this course, which should be this one. I've copied the link to this course so that you don't have to search it too much. But it will only work. Sure, John. No worries. I'll share the link and I'll share the link with Collins. You're going to get that. So you can get that and then you'll start off. You'll be able to click on next. Or you can just go to modules here. Go to modules on the side. And then you're going to go direct. So there is this part, which you can do this later on, the pre-course survey. Also go through the content around getting started with networking later on. And then we are going to do the lab together. So I usually love working backwards. I do the lab, then I go back and look at the content and be able to understand the theory around it. So if you're that kind of like person like me, it's going to work so good for you. So where we at? So should be able to get this. So anyone who is already on the screen that I'm on, but I've given Michelle, I've pasted the link on the chat, or you're using your phone for the Zoom. I've pasted the link. And I'll paste it again and again. And to be precise on the lab part, the lab to go directly to the lab rather than just the course. You can go directly to the lab here. But these links will only work if you have already signed up. Yes?
Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay. I have tried to log in with the link, but it's giving me the 401 not found. The URL does not exist. I don't know if, how do I go about that? How do I?
Are you already logged in?
Yes, I'm logged in. I've registered and I've logged in.
So if you have logged in, are you seeing this page that I'm on right now?
Yes, I'm seeing this page. Your cloud journey starts. I can see that.
Janet, so on the side, you can be able to select under course. You can choose, you can tick lab. You can come here and tick lab. Course features and tick lab.
Okay.
And then you just get, you'll get a filter, and then just look for the one that is written getting started with networking.
Okay, thanks. I'm there now.
Okay, welcome. Thank you for asking.
Okay.
So yeah, so we can move, and I'll go through these as others catch up. So let us look at the content of this. So this is a log overview. It says traditional networking is difficult. It involves equipment, cabling, complex configurations, and even a specialist around these specialist skills. So there's a time far back when there are people calling themselves network admins or network professionals, and their whole work, their whole career was around networking. They would actually make your life as hell by making sure they just change a configuration and you cannot access the internet anymore. But right now, in the age of the cloud, you don't need to have a specialist in networking for you to set up a VPC or to administrate your own cloud network. So this lab will show us how we can build our own VPC, and then you're going to and also how to deploy resources into it. So what are the objectives? You have only three objectives here. These basic components of our VPC, deploy a basic VPC with public subnets, and also you're going to deploy an EC2 instance into our VPC. So let us look at the diagram. And also as you're learning cloud, it's very important to understand the importance of two things: architectural diagrams and cost estimates, because they are the ones that customers can easily relate to. The dynamics and the intricacies around how to implement things. They really don't care much about that. They just want to understand. And the way people are, we are more visual beings. So being able to draw diagrams, I know that can be covered in a later session or something like that. You can use tools such as draw.io, Lucid Charts, many others, but it's very important to understand the concepts of diagramming. So if you really want to even understand that, you can check this link. It's called becomeasolutionsarchitect.io. It's from a friend of ours. It's called Ashish and also Prasad. They've done a very good job in terms of setting up. They have different batches of what called Become a Solutions Architect. You can see they cover so many different things. Here they have a YouTube, and what decline behavioral, the art of confidence, how to grow your social media presence, mock interview, effective whiteboarding, which is very, very important. And also the YouTube channel. So they have a playlist. For example, if I just open the batch 2 playlist, so they have a full YouTube playlist around this. You can see if I open, I can see there's a serverless track, gives a guest speaker, observability. We did a session on engaging your audience. I did one on diagramming that was so good. So there's a playlist. That one doesn't have that. I think it was in another playlist. Let me see if it is under additional resources. Or there's even a batch 4. You can see this one is specialist on foundation of the subtle art of delivering technical presentation, which is very important. How do you make sure your presentations work well? Tips and tricks of effective whiteboarding. We did this with Makotamasia. It was really, really good. And you can see if you want to get slides, PDF, and everything, you can get it from there. And you can come and also check some of the things such as, you can see these are specialist tracking, but 3, the special trust was networking. You can see the binary choice, it's all connected, Amazon VPC, hold the door, using an ACL and a security group, VPN, all these. So you can easily check them out. So let me just share this with you also, and you can be able to check it out. So let us move on. You can save it for later. So let us look at this diagram. So we have a client. They are accessing the VPC through the internet. So their request goes through, it comes from the internet through the internet gateway. And in this, we are having a region. The VPC is in a certain region. For example, in this case, it might be US East 1, the mother of all regions. And then usually hosted in North Virginia. Then we have availability zones. So availability zones, it's very important to understand the concept around the AWS global infrastructure, which are regions, availability zones, age locations, local zones, and something. So you can easily check that. For example, you can just search AWS global infrastructure. And you can see if I can just get this. I'll also share with you. You can see AWS has a total of around 32 regions, 102 availability zones, and even 600 plus POPs, points of presence, and also 13 regional edge cache. So you can see, you can be able to even have a look. I don't know if the map is working, but you can see it's able to show you where the regions are. And then also there are things such as local zones, web-like zones. So you can see here, example, I think in South Africa, we have the Cape Town region. If it was launched in 2020, it has 3 availability zones. So availability zones are distinct, a collection of 2 to 3 data centers, and data centers are usually big, that are in a near geographical area. So think of it like this way. We can be having data centers in Nairobi, in Kiambu. Kiambu is still near. Let's say Nairobi, Machakos, and Nakuru. If I'm in Nakuru, may be too far, but maybe let's say around there. So these 3 data centers can form an availability zone. Then you can have another availability zone in Mombasa, and maybe let's say Kilifi and Voi. So those 3 can be another availability zone. You can see they're near each other. Then we have other things such as the local zones. I think Nigeria is the local zone here. So this is usually a zone that has been created for easy access of AWS resources in a specific country. Kenya is also in the process of coming up with an AWS local zone. It is a pipeline, so that we're going to be having 2 local zones in this kind of Africa region. And you can see we usually use the US East one. Yes, it is this one. You can see it was launched the earliest. It was launched in 2006. It has 6 available zones. That's quite a lot because usually just default to that region. Local zones, 14 local zones and 8 wavelength zones. So you can easily check out all these around the global infrastructure. So that you're able to move. So that is the AWS global infrastructure. Just sort something here. Okay. Any questions so far? Any questions so far? Anyone with a question? Is there anyone with a question? Anyone with a question? Okay, good. We can move. So, so you can see the subnet. So you can see, okay, we're having the CIDR. So for the whole VPC is 10.0.0.0/16. How many IP addresses are these? How many IP addresses? You can easily just look at it from subnet calculator. And then I can just see, just look at this one. Then I can say, let's say any, then the subnet, the IP address is 10.0.0.0. Then I can say it is a /16. You can see and calculate. Then you can see if it is a class B, it is a private. You can see it is a private, and you can see it is run, which is class B. It's going to have how many IP addresses? Total number of hosts that are usable is 65,534. You can see all the details around it. So if you subnet that, if you calculate, and let's say you can see under it, you're going to have a /24, a 10.0.1.0/24. So I can say 10.0.1.0, and I do a /24. I'm not going to go through about subnetting too much because of time, but you can be able to see it in that whole thing, full video. So you can see it has how many? 254 usable hosts. Good. So that is where we are. That is where we are. So as I'll just click on Start Lab so that, and also for those who are following with me, thank you, Dennis, for that. Thank you also for, Mel is asking a very good question. What is the difference between a point of presence and a local zone? And we don't have to worry too much that we have all these details around here. So I'll just give it here. So just say point of presence. Just gonna do it for POP, AWS. You can see. So here it is from the AWS. Another good important resource as you're learning about any cloud is their documentation, especially if there's a lot of work that goes into creating documentation. So anytime you can be able to check on it. So you can see what is the point of presence. So in addition to just having the regions and the availability zones, so AWS also operates what we call a globally distributed POP, or in full known as point of presence. So they usually host The points of presence usually host certain services such as Amazon CloudFront, which is a CDN, Amazon Route 53, which is a public DNS service, and also another service called AWS Global Accelerator, which is usually an edge networking optimization service. So the global edge network currently consists of around 410 points of presence, which usually includes more than 400 edge locations. So we have points of presence and also we have the edge locations. But what really is a local zone? So you can see, if you look at this, you can see all of these are under what we call the AWS white paper called AWS fault isolation boundary. AWS white papers are usually documents that are gems. They help you learn a lot that you not get really in a class or in a net. So you can see even these edge locations, they are here, and multiple edge locations that are usually there. I think there's something around here in terms, I don't know whether this is Kenya or where, I don't know if this is it. So let us go to local zone, which Michelle was asking. So I hope you've understood what a point of presence is. It just make sure it's an area which is hosts these key services, and they help in ensuring that it supports CloudFront, the way CloudFront works. You already know how it helps in terms of content delivery and caching to make sure better performance. And when you go to local zone, just an infrastructure deployment that places some of the compute, storage, database, and other selected AWS services close to a very large population and industry center. And that is why in Nigeria, considering Nigeria how big it is, they have a local zone in Nigeria. So this helps them give better services in terms of response time to their customers, especially looking about single digit millisecond latency required in terms of response. So they have what we call a local internet. So they help you to run, as you can see, low latency applications at the edge, as well as simplifies what we call the hybrid cloud migration. So when you're migrating from the on-premise to the cloud, when you're leveraging a local zone, it makes your work super easy. And cloud migrations that would have taken 1 week or 4 weeks or 5 weeks can even scale down to a matter of days and even hours using a local zone. So I wasn't supposed to really go into these details, but you can easily check this. I'll also share this white paper. Just share with you these white papers. And these white papers, you can even download them in PDF so that you can even later on when you're not having access to the network. That one can be of help to you. So I really hope you clicked on Start Lab. Did you get, how many people, you can put it in the chat, like you can put 3 if you're having your lab status as ready. The lab status is ready, click on that. Please do that for me so that I know. Thank you, Michelle. Thank you, Brian. So if it is ready, kindly click on the AWS button that is written here. Thank you, Collins and Elvis. Click on the AWS button that is here. Okay, mine is having an issue because I have an account. So I'll just do this. Can I do that? Can I really want to log out? Okay, let me just log out. Just log out on my other account. So remember that this AWS account is a sandbox account. It is not your own. So if you have your own, please make sure you log out of that. Oh yeah, and also don't forget that there's reInvent coming from 27th to deck or fast. It's going to also having this is when key services are usually announced and key launches, and you already know we are in the age of AI. I can't wait to hear what AWS is about to launch in that space. So you can also register for reInvent on that. So you can just check that out later on. So that is the reInvent link. but let's go to our own. So let us click on AWS. Then I get this, I'll just close that. And close this, don't like too many tabs. So might slow down. So you're going to understand, you're going to have a public route table. So a route table helps you understand. You can see the destination, target is local, and anything that is going to the over the internet from 0.0.0, any IPv4 will be routed to the internet gateway. Anything in 10.what will be the target will be locally. You're also going to launch an EC2 instance. You're going to have a security group. You're going to have a public subnet. This is not going to have any, don't think you're going to have any private. Then you can see that. So this lab requires access to the following. You need to access to a computer, which I believe all of you have. For Windows, you need to have administrator access on that computer. You should also have the latest version of your browser. So remember you have restrictions. So when you click, you're going to click on Start Lab. I've already done that. So let us now start by exploring. So we're going to explore the example VPC, which is modeled after that, and it is included in all the AWS accounts that you're going to be using. So remember that we already said that a VPC is a virtual network that is dedicated to an AWS account, and every AWS account comes with a default VPC that you cannot delete. So very important to note that. It is also logically isolated from others. So that means that even though you are all sharing the AWS cloud, if you start your own VPC, I cannot just directly come into. It's just like having your own room in the hostel. Unless you allow someone in, they cannot really access. And though it's the same block, your room is yours. So this is how it looks like. You're having that, and still it's a /16, just like the way this one was a /16 with 65,000. And then in this, so what are we supposed to do? In the AWS management console, we're going to go to the services menu. We're going to type VPC. We're going to look at your VPCs. I'm going to find two VPCs, the default one and the example VPC. So we're going to notice that the example VPC has a CIDR range of 172.31.0.0/16, which means that it goes from 172.31.0.0 to 172.31.255.255, which is a total of 65,536 IP addresses. So make note of remember these are not public, these are going to be private. So make note of your VPC ID, and you're going to use it later in the lab. So let us do that. So let me just run this side by side so that I don't switch context too much. Let me see. Okay. Do that. So you can arrange your you're using one screen and have it that, but I'm using two, but I'm using one to monitor the chat and see if there's any question. So if at any point you have any question, please raise your hand or unmute. Just unmute and start talking. I'll stop and hear you. So let us look at this. So let us do task one and finish it up. So you're going to go to VPC. I'm seeing it here, but let us use the long method. So click on start. You're going to see the services. Then you type VPC. So it's going to load from the list of services. You can see there's so many services that this account was being used to do something on. So I'm opening it up. The good thing is this is an account that is not, I'm not going to be billed. It's going to cost me money because it's within my AWS account, AWS Educate account. So far, so good. Somebody can type a 4 if they are here where I am on the VPC console, on the AWS management console, if you are there. So this is what we call the AWS management console. If you've never interacted with it, I would advise you check it out. You have so many courses now that you have access to on AWS Educate. So you'll be able to see many interactions where you're going to see. So can I get a 4 if you're here? If you're lost, you can unmute and tell me where you are. So you should be able to be here. This is what I'm asking. You're going to be doing task 1, and I should be able to see you under your VPCs. You should see your VPCs. At some point, I'll be actually. Yes, Michelle.
Sorry, I'm having a challenge accessing the lab. I thought I'd already accessed it, but I seem not to have accessed it. Where I'm stuck is I have already gone to the lab. It's asking me to listen to some videos. Is that where I'm supposed to be really?
Nope. So what you need to do, let me just see
Yeah.
if I can open it up. When you have access to this, you'll let me just maximize this. You're going to click on this part written modules. Okay, I know what you're accessing is did I have it here? You're having access to this. These are the videos, right? This part, if I'm not wrong, right?
Right.
So
you're right.
Yeah, good. So you access that. Why? Because under modules, the first part before you go to the lab is the videos, which is here. You can see. But when you go to modules, you can be able to skip that and go directly to the lab, which is this part. Right? And then it's going to ask you that this tool needs to be opened in a new browser window. And then you're going to click on that button here. And then you're going to get something such as you're going to get something such as this. You just get my account. So you're going to get something access. You're going to see these part and lab creating a virtual private cloud lab overview. I don't know if you're going to get you've gotten to that point. Can confirm. So the way to skip is very simple. You go back to the previous tab that didn't have the video. It should look like this. And then you're going to see home and modules. Click on modules. And then when you click on modules, don't choose the first link. Choose the second link here.
Okay.
Right?
I've got it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah. Okay, welcome. Okay, so we should be here. So let us examine our example VPC. So this is how it looks. You can see most of the time the default VPC usually has it also has the one, and it usually doesn't have a name, and it's usually denoted as the default VPC. So you can see, do you see it is written default? Yes. So this one default it is? No, right? Then again, I'm told to note my VPC ID. In some other cases, you're not going to have the luxury of seeing the name. So the only way you can understand is the VPC ID. Personally, what I usually do sometimes, if I don't want to take notes the way I don't read, I remember the last 3 digits. For example, I can see 913. This one is AD3. So I already know that the AD3 is the default VPC, and the example VPC that was created when I provisioned the lab, when I clicked on Start Lab, you know what happened is when I clicked Start Lab, it started creating all these through what we call a CloudFormation template. But I don't want to get into the details of that. It was just making sure you have a starting place instead of you starting from scratch. So I'll take note of my VPC ID, which is this. I can copy this. Just spin up Notepad very fast. I don't want to do something to an overkill with VS Code or anything. and I'll take note of it on this side. You can see I have that. So I've taken note of it. Then I can call it maybe example VPC. So I remember it's the data. So I have it somewhere on this side. So HP, I don't know who it is. Maybe you can tell me you're just doing with HP. I'm at creating the VPC. I'm lost on how to proceed next. So maybe you can tell us, if you're lost, it must be somewhere here. You're not creating anything currently. Remember that the lab is creating it for you. So if you are here, the first icon you need to click of all these, let me just maximize it, is the one written Start Lab. So what happens when you click on Start Lab? The Vocarium, which is the provider for the lab called Vocarium, is going to start creating the AWS resources on your behalf. Then you have to wait until it finishes. When you see lab is ready, that is when you click on AWS. So since we are only having 3 hours and I need to cover a lot, you'll allow me not to hold people's hands, and I'll take you back. I'll ask you to rewatch the video if you are too lost or far back behind, because I don't think I'll be able to manage bringing people to where we are by moving back and coming to the front, moving back and coming to the front of where we are. So you'll forgive me if I don't attend to requests of people who are far behind. I'll ask them to check on the recording once we release it, which is just going to be an hour after the session. So you're not going to lose so much. And then again, where are we? So we have noted the PPC ID, as you've been told, under task 1. You just explode. So how do we explore the configuration? Let us explore the configuration. So you can see this, the CIDR 172.31.0.0/16. What else is it here? It is available. It has the default tenancy. It has DNS host name enabled. DNS resolution has been enabled. It has a main route table. It has a main network access control list, usually known as NACLs. It's giving me the account ID for the account that owns that VPC. There's nothing else. I don't think there's any flow logs. So the CIDRs, they are here. It is IPv4. It's already associated. Yes, so I think those are some of the things to explore around the VPC. So let us move. We are done with task 1. So let us now explore the subnet. So we already said a subnet is a logical kind of a grouping of a range, so that you can use it, a sub-range, as you can see here, a sub-range of the IP addresses. So let us look at this. So you can see, you can set up a way that a public subnet can be in a one availability zone. Another public subnet, for example, this one, you can see public subnet. So you have the whole VPC as /16. Remember, it is the 65,000. How many IP addresses is /20? Somebody can put it in the chat. What is /20? As you can see, how many IP addresses are we going to have here? /20, so we're going to have a .31 and .31.0. We're having .31.16, .31.32, what else? And .31.64. So how many IP addresses are in each of these public subnets? Somebody can tell us. How many? /20, how many IP addresses? Yes, thank you, Alvi. So it's saying each subnet has 20 hosts. And how you're able to know, it's very easy to understand it if you look at how subnetting works. So, and if you really don't want to go through the intricacies of calculation, You just get any subnet calculator and it's going to show you all this, how it works, and just give it, you tell it, I want to look at 172.31.0.0, so just say 172.31.0.0/20, then I just, okay, do the /20 here. I just do a calculation. And you can see the number of hosts is each subnet is having. So it was not 20 hosts, it is 4,094 for each subnet. So you can see. So that is how you're able to check it out if you're looking at, because the IP range stands from 172.31.0.1 up to 172.31.15.254. So there are more. So I'm being told in the left navigation, choose subnet. So this is the left navigation pane. Anytime you're told about the left navigation pane, this is the left navigation pane here, as you can see. So we're being told to look at, and let me just do something. Let me just switch my screen so that I'm able to use the touch and the diagram. So let me just stop my share. And I take this. Okay, take this to this side. I take and the other one. I'll take this. This. Then I will take my zoom to the other side. This one is the touch side screen. Good. Okay, good. I think I'm good. So I can now share my screen. Now share screen one. Okay, it might, you will confirm, kindly confirm for me that you can see my screen. Okay, I'm seeing it's still loading. This is your screen share is loading and I can see my thing. Kindly confirm that you can see the screen with two sides of the AWS management console on the left and on the right. I'm having the what? The guide, the lab guide. Collins, can you see that? I'm good. I'm seeing Fatma has confirmed. Thank you. So let us have this. So the reason I wanted to do this is so that I can be able to use my pen for diagramming. So as you can see, this is what I was telling you. This is now the left panel around it. And if you're looking at it from that perspective and trying to understand how it works, the first thing you need to remember is that you're going to look at what? You're going to look at subnets. You're going to move to that. And then you're going to look at, we're going to notice that all the names begin with public subnet. Then we're also going to see that they're associated with the same VPC, which is the example VPC. They're associated with the example VPC here, as you can see. Then also notice that each subnet has an IPv4 CIDR range, which you're going to see. And remember that each CIDR range is a distinct. So you can see that you must ensure that CIDR ranges do not overlap with the address ranges. So there are the CIDR ranges, then the address ranges used in the other subnets. So always remember that it's very important. sure that this doesn't happen. So the CIDR range, so you might be having a CIDR range of, let's say, something /16, and it is creating IPs from this range to this. Then you start another CIDR range that overlaps with another. The IP address range for that CIDR or that subnet will create some overlap. So from the list, we're going to look at public subnet 1, and you're going to notice that it uses the 172.31.0.0/20. Remember that the IPv4 address block has /16, which includes all the .x.x 172.31.x.x IP addresses. And also, yes, so you can see this subnet has a CIDR block of the 0.0/20. It means it's going to be from the 0.0 to .15.255, which is so in the subnet calculator. So these CIDR ranges might look similar, but the subnet is smaller than the VPC because of the /20. So you can see this one is /20, but this one is /16. And then this subnet uses the first 1096, which we looked at, available, and the console shows that only 4,991 addresses are available to use. This is because AWS always reserves 5 address. 5. You remember we were using just 2, so AWS reserves 5. So instead of us getting the 4,086, we're going to get only 4,081 available for us. So if you look at it, if we look at this, so notice that the value of auto assign is yes, means that you can be able to easily auto assign a public IP address for all instances that are launched. So let us do that task. So we are under the subnet. It's very important to understand these aspects so that you're able to do something with them and understand how things work. So I'm going to public subnet 1. You can see there's so many, but there's one written named public subnet 1. I'll click on it. And I'm able to see, you can see I'm only getting 4,000. Actually says that the only available ones, I think it was increased. It is 4,090. Is within US East 1. And what else? You can see I can auto assign. These are very important aspect. If you don't have these enabled, any EC2 instance that you're going to create is not going to get a public IPv4 address automatically. Then you can see it is not an IPv6 only subnet. It is using the IPv4. Just states the owner, which is the account. This is the account ID. You can see 027 is also up here. Account ID 0273 and ends with a 208. Is that one. The CIDR range is here /20. As you can see, it is in US East 1A, and the availability zone ID is US East 1 availability is 1A availability zone 4. So it has that route table and that network access control list. So that is what we've been able to see. Then you're going to now explore the internet gateway. I don't have to belabor what it is, but you remember that we said it allows communication between the resources within the VPC and the public internet, from internally within the VPC to externally through the internet. So always remember that is the work of the internet gateway. Without the internet gateway, all the resources within the VPC cannot access. Remember, it is also horizontally scaled, so it is scalable. You don't have to do anything for it to scale automatically. It is also redundant, so it has these features built onto it by AWS, and it is also highly available. When you get to understand what you call the AWS well-architected framework, you'll understand why it is very, very, very important to have these aspects in place, whether it is a managed resource or your own resource. So this just implies that it imposes no availability risk or bandwidth constraints on the network traffic. So it doesn't become a bottleneck. It is made in a way that it is not going to make your network slow. So that's something else to note. So you can see this diagram. Here it is. So it is the one that is providing access to from the client who is accessing the VPC from the internet to the resources within a subnet through the internet gateway. So remember that it is made up for two purposes, as you can see here. It is meant to provide a target in route table that connects to the internet and also provides network address translation for instances that were assigned public IPv4 addresses. So it's very important to note that. So in the left navigation pane, we're going to choose Internet Gateway. Then we're going to choose the gateway named Example Internet Gateway and select it. And we're going to notice that the state of the gateway is attached. And then it is attached to the VPC under VPC ID. So let us look. So this is the left panel here. And then within it, we're going to access Internet Gateways here. So, and then once you're going to see that, let's see whether you can be able to do that. Gateway. Then you're going to see this, the example internet gateway. So if I click on that, and then you can see the data around it, it is attached. As you can see, I'm able to get the internet gateway ID if I want it. And you can see it is attached to my VPC, my default VPC called example VPC is owned by my account ending with 208. So you can see it is tagged, it has some tags. You can see it was also created when I created the lab using the CloudFormation stack. And you can see CloudFormation is an infrastructure for code service. And you can see once the lab ends, it will be deleted. So it's very important to note that. Okay, good. Any questions so far? Any questions so far? Anyone with a question? Or anyone wants to seek clarification on anything related to what we've covered so far? Regards to the internet gateway as well as the subnet, if any. Okay, if there's none, we can move. So let me get a what? What was the last number? Let me get a 5 if you are together. If you are doing this and you have already covered that part. Thank you, Michelle. Thank you, Brian, Brandon. That is awesome. This, I can see that. Collins, good, awesome. So let us move. We need to move a bit faster. We have a lot more to cover a bit. So in this task, so we're going to now explore what we call the route table. So what is a route table? So let us look at this section. This is the most important section that we're going to look at. So a route table contains a set of rows which is called routes, and they're used to determine where network traffic is directed. Think of it like when that person, when the plane lands, they're the ones who are telling the pilot where to move, which direction, when to turn, and at what point to stop the aeroplane so that people can disembark from the aeroplane. So you can think of a route table as such. So each subnet in a VPC must be associated with a route table because the table controls the routing for the subnet. So remember that each subnet must have a route table. Then a subnet can be associated with only one route table at a time, but you can associate multiple subnets. Multiple subnets can share the same route table, but a subnet cannot have two route tables at the same time. The same way, there cannot be two people telling the pilot what to do and when to stop. It is only one pilot being directed by one person, right? Or maybe one aeroplane being directed by one person. You cannot have one aeroplane being directed by 3 people, but you can have one person directing 3 aeroplanes at the same time. It can work, right? So that is how you can think about it. So to use an internet gateway, a subnet route table must contain a route that directs internet-bound traffic to the internet gateway. If a subnet is associated with a route table that has a route to the internet gateway, it is always known as what? It is known as the public subnet. Why? because of this route. Yeah, you can see. Any internet-bound traffic is going to go through the internet gateway. Good. So we can get out of that. So let us look at this. So in the left navigation pane, which is still here, we're going to go to the part written route tables, right? Then I'm going to locate the row and just do that. I locate the row written public route table and select it. So you see what happens? If I don't select it, there's nothing that is showing here, right? There's nothing that is showing where. There's nothing that is showing here. But the moment I select, you see what happens? Things have appeared. So and just put it like that. So what should we examine here? Locate the row positioning in the lower half of the page, choose the routes tab. So there are so many details: route, subnet association, edge association, road propagation, tabs. What else? Yeah. So if I go to the routes tab, do you see what is here? We are having how many routes? We are having 2 routes. And for us to understand that it is a public subnet, it's because of this. See, any outbound or any other IP that is not this should be going outside to the internet. So that is why it is taken through to the internet gateway. So so let us do this. So where are we? Let us look at this thing. Choose the subnet associations tab. So the subnet associations tab is here. See that? So if I click on subnet associations, I'm able to see what? So this route table, subnet associations is just basically saying these are the subnets that are using this route table. These are the subnets that are being directed by this route table. So you can see, notice that the subnet with the IPv4 172.31.0.0/20, which is this one. Just highlight it for you. Public subnet 1, which is this one, is what? Is under the explicit subnet association section. So all of the subnets in this list you can see are public subnets. You're having from public subnet 1 to public subnet 4. And because they have a route table entry that sends traffic. And you can confirm, you can go to any subnet and confirm they have that. So that is very important. It's very important to know that there's one of the core VPC components, the internet gateway, the subnets, the route tables, the VPC itself, very important. So when you get into security of a network security on the cloud, one of the first lines of defense is usually the knuckles and the security group. So what are these? And so far, is there any question? So if you've been able to explore the route table, can I get a 6 on the chat? If you've been able to finish this task of exploring the route table. Thank you, Brian. Michelle, thank you. Brandon. Elvis, Dennis, good. You're doing good. I love these audience. I love this. You're doing good work. Thank you, Sam. Okay. It's important to hydrate. I was also hydrating. So where are we? So we need to now finish. Which is this task? We have to explore the security group. So let us see what a security group is, and it's important to look at it from this part. So you can see a security group acts as what we call a version firewall. think of it like that person who was at the gate if you are going inside Multimedia University. That person has some set rules. If you don't have a Multimedia University student ID, or if you don't have a Multimedia University staff ID, then I'm not going to easily allow you in. Or if you are going to allow you in, and you have to say, you have to give you a guest pass and have to note where you are going and have to maybe take your ID. So those are some of the rules, right? So that even when you're going out, although when you're going out for a security group, is there someone who checks you out? Maybe you can tell me in the chat. Is there someone who confirms as you're moving out that you are a student? Is there someone who usually mans where people are moving out from the gate? And they say, can I check your IDs for you to move out of the gate? Does that usually happen in a university? Does it? Yeah, surely. It doesn't, Brandon. Yes. So that is also the same way security groups work, right? And that is why you can see, let me show you this part, which I'm still going to look at a bit later on. You can see the rule that is allowed. Anything that is going out, whichever the protocol, whichever the range, just allow it to go out. Then security group operate at the level of the elastic network interface, usually known as the ENI. Think of it ENI like your network interface card, where you connect your Ethernet cable or your Wi-Fi receiver for your laptop. That is how you can think about the ENI, or think of it like the network interface card of your computer. So for the instance, you call it the ENI. Then security groups do not operate at the subnet level. They do not operate there. Something else operates there, and you're going to see them. Then thus, each instance can have its own firewall that controls traffic. So each instance, each computer on the cloud can have its own security group. So if you do not specify a particular security group at launch time, the instance is automatically assigned to the default security group for the VPC. So it means that no instance can survive without a security group. And if you don't assign anything to it, it will be assigned the default security group for the VPC. Good. So let us look at this. So we are having something here. So remember, we didn't have this in the previous diagram. We didn't have the security group, which is here. And you can see when you look at it, we only had this part, the route table. Right now we have another part here called the security group inbound and outbound rules. So the firewall has an inbound rule, and you can see the source. Most of the time, usually the source is usually maybe another security group that has more other rules, and then maybe the protocol can be all of them, and even all the port ranges. So let us look at this. So let me just delete that. Let me take a this. So in this task, you're going to review the default security group that is associated with the example VPC. Then you can add your custom security group, which allows users to access resources using HTTP. So in the left panel, remember by now you already understand where the left panel is. It should be here. Go to security groups, which is down here. You can see there are two components in under security, knuckles and the security groups. So let us go to security groups. Okay, we are here. So you can see, locate the row containing the default security group. For the example, VPC. So for me to understand whether it is the default for the security group, for example, VPC, remember you can see here, I don't see the VPC name. I'm only seeing the VPC ID. But if I go back, if I open it, you can see my VPC ID is 913, ends with 913. So if I go to the VPC ID, you can see all of them there are two VPC, there are two two security groups for the example VPC. One is the default and another is written example. So we've been told we're going to the one with the default. So I'm going to tick on this one. So in the lower half of the page, choose the outbound rules tab. So there are different tabs, and you can see the different tabs are here. You can see them here. And I've been told to look at what? The outbound rules here. So let me just click on that. So I'm under the outbound rules. Let us see what is here. I'll only find one rule which allows all the protocols and all the port ranges to send traffic to any IP address. So when you want to know about any IP address, it's 0.0.0.0/0, meaning that any. So let us confirm that. You can see security group rule. It has its own ID. IP version is IPv4. All the traffic, and against it is going to apply against all traffic, against all protocols, against all the port ranges, and anything going outside the VPC. What is going to happen? It's going to allow. So you just know that when you're seeing a rule here, it is which one is stateless, which one is stateful. You can tell me if those maybe understand. So the one that is stateless, a knuckle is stateless. I mean, a knuckle can be stateless, and security group can be stateful. So it's important for you to check on that. And I think this is also provided when you start looking at the video and watching and understanding what it is. You usually now connect whatever you are doing practically with what you are able to do it on the lab. So in a later step, we're going to test an EC2 instance that was deployed when the lab was started for incoming traffic. So for incoming traffic from sources outside the VPC to access the website. So you must add a security group because you should not make changes to the default. So because you should not make changes to the default security group, should create a new one. So you add a new rule to your new security group to allow HTTP traffic. I think this one we also mentioned it early in the class, in the workshop, that comes from anywhere on the internet, which is 0 to 0. So on the row, locate the row containing web server security group, usually just called web server SG by naming convention, and then do what? Then select it. So in the lower half page, you're going to see inbound rules. You're going to edit the inbound rules. Then you're going to add a new rule. You're going to choose HTTP. Then you're going to say it's coming from any IPv4 address. I'm going to give it the description of allow web access. I'm going to copy this because I don't want to type. Then I'm going to click on save rules. Good. So we are seeing the web server SG, so I'll unselect that. And I'll tick this. But you can see I don't want inbound rules. So I just move one step behind. Then I'll choose the inbound rules, which is here. And I click on that. So you can see what is here. No security group rules were found. But I want to do something different and exciting so that I don't follow the lab line by line. I'll not do this part. Then I'll do it later on. So hope you'll remember. I'll not do this part, but I'll do it. So let us move to task 6. But before we move to task 6, can I get a 7 if you've been able to understand the essence of security groups? Thank you, Brandon. Michelle, good, awesome. Wow, how time flies. Sams, Brian, awesome. Dennis, Collins. The rest, where are you? Should be having working to this. Maybe let me assume that you're going to do it after the session when you get the recording. Or maybe when you start doing it on your AWS Educate and you're following this step. So remember that I've not done the inbound rule for the web server SG. So you'll remind me that for that, and we're going to do it. I want to do something a bit different so that you see the difference and the importance of doing this step. So I'll not do it so that you see the importance of it. So let us see, identify the EC2 instances VPC and the subnet. So in this task, we're going to find the VPC and subnet for the EC2 instance. So EC2 is a compute service. Think of it like a virtual machine. So it's going to, it has, maybe you can host a website, you can put a Apache, you can run your MySQL. The way usually I hear students say they're doing their projects on WAMP, and I ask them, surely, can you do better and move to the cloud and maybe use something? Can you leverage maybe GitHub and use something like Gitpod and all those kind of services? Why should you, in this day and age, you should not be using WAMP and XAMPP in the age of good connectivity and something? So do your projects in the cloud, understand the intricacies of the cloud. Don't just give a local host / something. So if you're part of those people who just use WAMP and XAMPP and you're calling yourself developers, you need to up your game. So where are we? So we are here. So let us look. It's important to look at the diagram and understand what you are having here. So remember, we only had the security group. Now we are having another service called the EC2 instance, or a resource in this case. And when you look at this table, we have the public route table, we have the inbound rules, and you can see. So what is so different here is the source. This is now the web server. So you can see the source, anything coming from the outside the internet, and the protocol is TCP still, okay, port 80, which you already identify with HTTP, not HTTPS. What is HTTPS? I think HTTPS should be 443. So anything is going to be allowed, but anything else is, unless we explicitly allow it under inbound rules, is not going to be allowed. So let us see how this will work. So on the services, we're going to choose EC2. So we're going to just click here on the search and type EC2. So remember, you still have security. We have a bit of storage to cover, but you're already covering security. If you are realizing this, you're already covering security, because security even starts from the networking part of things. So you can see it's like we are covering both networking and security at the same time. So under you have already gotten the instances. You're going to see instances running. So this is the EC2 console. It usually has a, same case, it has a left panel, but its left panel is a bit different from the one for VPC. It has this section called the resources. It also has a small section here for you to launch an instance quickly. And it tells you that you should note that your instances will launch in this region. So instances launch in region-specific areas. It also tells you which zones work, like the service. You can be able to check whether the service itself is working. There's also a scheduled events area. So most of the time, we usually leverage this part or this part of launching an instance quickly. Also look at an overview, getting to see, I can see there's one key pair. I'm already seeing there's one instance. I'm seeing there are no auto-scaling groups. There's a story for another day. There are no dedicated hosts. There are no elastic IPs. There are no load balancers. There are no placement groups. There are 3 security groups. Remember, they're usually interrelated. So the security groups you see under VPC are the same security groups you're going to see under the EC2 here. Then you have snapshots. You don't have any snapshots, and might only have one volume. This must be the root volume for this instance. So that is that. So let us look at the instances running. I'm going to select the web server. I'm going to locate the value for the VPC ID. So tell me whether you're seeing it. Yeah, it is. And you can see it even adds the name example VPC. So you can see it was deployed in the example VPC that you explored. Then the details, subnet ID, it was deployed in public subnet 1. Let us confirm that. You can see it is here. It was also deployed in public subnet 1 that you have been looking at. So when you launch an EC2 instance, both the VPC and the subnet are usually defined when you're launching. So and usually remember that these configurations cannot be changed. They can never be changed unless you create a new compute. So it's very important to understand how you've configured your network so that you don't mess up. Then next, you will verify that you can reach the website that runs with the EC2. So for the details, I'm going to choose the public IPv4 address. But remember that we did not change, we did not put the ID. I reduced or I skipped a certain part so that I show you this. So the public IPv4 address, I'll copy that and open a new tab here and paste it. This is the public IPv4 address. And I can add it to you. I can put it for you in the chat. I believe also you also have yours. Should add HTTP. That. So if you see, if you try to open that IP, that public IP from me, it will not work, and that can see it is timed out. But remember, we need to go to security. We need to go to, we're going to see it is associated to what? The examples security group. You can see. So let us see it is outbound. Outbound goes to example security group. And when I go to the example security group, which I should see here, outbound rules. See if I edit the outbound rules and understand where I think we're going. Destination. Outbound is still going anywhere, just allowed. No inbound rules. But remember, we needed to only what? We needed to update the web server SG and edit the inbound rules and add a new rule that will allow what? HTTP. So I can just click here and look for HTTP, which is here. And I say source type anywhere, IPv4, anything like that. And then I type allow. So it's very important to have the description so that allow web access. Or you can see web server access. Then I'll add that rule. Okay, I don't think I need another rule. Then I'll just save the rule. So you can see I've added it there. So let us now try to repeat this process. Do you see what has happened? Just that rule has made sure they can access. So you might be scratching your head and wondering why your instances is not loading well, and it's only an issue with how you've configured your security group. And if you click on that link that I provided you right now, it was not working before, but right now it is working. So that is where you can see I'm being told that I should be able to see a message written hello from your web server. Why? Because when this instance was launched, not every instance you launch, you'll be able to see this. It was also launched with some user data, some preliminary information to install a web server inside it, and you'll be able to see. So these are the part for creating a VPC. So you can see being able to use the default in a first line is important and convenient. But remember that in the real world, you need to know how to create custom VPCs so that it meets the customer's requirement. Not just the current one, but even the future requirement. So for example, a customer might have already used the CIDR range and all this in the on-premise network configuration. So a customer might also want to vary how many IP addresses are included in each subnet. Because it is not possible to change the CIDR ranges assigned to a VPC, you need to create a new VPC for your customer. So that is how it works. So in this scenario, we're going to create a new VPC. The customer is provided with the network requirements. This is the network requirements from the customer. The top level VPC should have 10.0.0.0/16. And also they need to deploy their resources into two availability zones. There are going to be two public subnets with 10.0.0/24. Then there's that .1.0/24 as the second public subnet. And then two private subnets at .2.0/24 and at .3.0/24. So let us now do the awesome work of creating our own first custom VPC. So how do we create our first custom VPC? So we need to go to the services menu. So the easiest way, look at how I'm doing it. Look at how I'm doing the lab. Don't try to do things step by step. Don't read this step and then start doing it. No, try to read 37, 38, 39, 40, and even 41. And try to see whether you can do it from your mind after you've read all this. If you get stuck, you can come back and refer. But if you do 37, you go and do it. 38, you come and do it. You'll learn less. You'll realize you're not learning. So that is why you can see me. I'll be able to see, go to the services menu, go to type VPC. This is usually a very easy process. And then I'll go to my VPC, your VPCs. I'm going to choose create VPC. Then I'm going to say VPC and more, which is very important, VPC and more. The name tag auto generation. I'll enter lab. The CIDR block is 10.0.0.0/16. This one I'll copy so that I don't maybe have to type it. Availability zones, I'll choose 2. Number of public subnets, I need 2. Number of private subnets, I need 2. Then I'll expand on the customized subnets inside the blocks, and I'll update with the ranges provided by the customer, which are these ranges. So let us do that. So if you're ready to do this, if you're really ready to do this part of creating a VPC, and you're ready even to maybe follow it up, you can give me an 8. Give me an 8 there on the chart so that I know we are together. Awesome. Thank you, Michelle. Thank you, Dennis. Brandon. Awesome. HP. Yeah, so we can get onto it. So let us go back to VPC. I'll just click on VPC because it is under the shortcut bootcamp. What can I say? Bookmarks on that. Okay, I'll go to my VPCs, which is on the left panel. Your VPCs. It seems that I don't know whether my lab has expired. Explaining when it is working might cause an issue. Still, I'm logged out. Oh yeah, so I think my account has just finished as the lab. So the lab usually has a time period. So when you stay too long doing things, you might realize that it will start cleaning the resources. It might think you went to do other things like drink tea or something. So it will start. You can see account is still in cleanup. Please wait and expect another 1 minute. So as that happens, which I'm going to still look at it very fast, because we are doing a lot of exploration, which is very important. So I'm going to create the VPC. After you create a VPC, you're going to also create a security group. Then also you're going to explore the configuration settings for launching an instance, which is also going to choose how you're going to choose these. You're going to launch, and you can see the user data, which is going to help us install Apache Webpack and PHP. See those two. Then I'm going to download some of the lab files, which is called inventory app.zip. Then it's going to unzip that. Then you're going to install the AWS SDK for PHP, and then do that. Then you're going to turn on the web server and have that. Then you're going to complete the lab. So let me see if I can start the lab, if it will work. So if you see, anytime you're seeing you're not authorized and you're doing the lab, just know it's just because your lab has expired. So the moment I saw this, I knew that this lab environment that I was using expired. So I'll just sign out. So it's a way of AWS Educate to ensure that they don't have a lot of costs. So it is loading. Then I'm going to wait it to be. So as that loads, I don't know. Maybe Collins, you can tell me if you're here. Did you form a WhatsApp group? Do you have a WhatsApp group for your AWS Cloud Club or something of that sort? Do you have a community? Yes.
Hello,
Yes, Colin?
hello, hello. Yes, we have a WhatsApp group. Yes, yes, WhatsApp.
Okay, so maybe you'll add me there and I'll be able to put you, I'll always be giving you more resources as I get them. And I'll also, as people grow, I can even give you a fully fledged challenge lab that doesn't have step-by-step guides and see whether you're going to crack that lab. I mean, not lab, but crack that project, because it's a fully fledged project as you grow. Because cloud, AI, machine learning, data science, all these areas, DevOps, DevSecOps, cloud security, they require you to always practice, and not just practice one day, then you leave it. Practice almost daily, almost daily. So personally, I do that. That is how I'm able to maybe guide, and the best way to learn is to teach. So don't be afraid of taking an opportunity, telling your friends, can you meet for even if it's just one person, you and another person, you learn a lot. So that is why personally I'm usually not really interested about numbers. I'm really interested about people learning something. So I will do that as we move on. Then again, I will request you to please check on the AWS Educate courses. If you are really new into the cloud and you're feeling lost, there's that course called Introduction to Cloud, which is really, really going to give you a good primer. So for example, here, I think I just filtered labs. So I just choose one with a badge, then apply. You can see this one, Introduction to Cloud 101. It's really a very good course for you to start if you really just don't want to start it on my account right now. So you can see I have a getting started with storage. It's quite a lot, but then we also have a getting started with databases, which you can also do, and also get started with security. So there's also serverless, there's cloud operations, there's deep racer. I think I don't know if it was it was Dennis or David, I don't remember. Then there's also the builder labs. Builder labs are also very good labs to help you. So don't have access, please make sure you check and see what happens. So when I finish this, I'll come and take you through security basics. Some of the security basics using this. So yeah, my lab is ready. I can see that. Somebody want to say something? Collins want to say something? Okay. Yes, you wanted to say
yes,
something?
yes,
Yes, please.
yes.
Yes.
Just wanted to echo something that you just said.
Yes, please go on.
Because we also, me, I think personally, I'm not always interested in numbers. It's all about people gaining the knowledge and growing. So I was thinking that all those people who are in this meeting, I will create a separate group so that we can learn.
Sure. You are muted, I think, or you had finished. Okay. Yeah, please do share, do create the WhatsApp group and post the link in the chat. I'd be happy to take, I think I'd be happy also to join in it also. And please add me because I'm using my laptop. I can't go on the phone, something like that. But also please create a group and put it in the chat, and they put the join link in the chat, and I'd be happy to grow, to help all of you grow in your cloud journey, and even one point get AWS certified, which is a very good achievement to prove that you know this thing. So where are we? I think I just diverted. Where was I supposed to be? I needed to just click on AWS. So my account expired, but I'm going to be given a new one. So the moment you just see it has expired, you just come here and click Start Lab again. So it will provision a new lab for you, a new what? A new account. So remember that there's one thing that I've not done, which I need to now maybe do, which is to add that security group role. I'll go to EC2, not EC2. Yeah, VPC. Just do it from VPC. You can do it from wherever. You can change, you can manipulate your security groups either from the VPC console or from the EC2 console. So I'll use the VPC because we're in a networking session. So I'll use it from VPC. So I'll just choose security groups, and then I'm looking for the web server as security group, which is here. Going to inbound roles, edit inbound roles, going to add that role, then I do the HTTP, then I'm going to add the anywhere IPv4, then I'm just going to add the description, allow web server access, then I just save the role, then I'll go to EC2. I can use the ones that I'm seeing here, somebody bookmarked them when they're using this account, so I'll just choose EC2. Remember, these accounts are usually shared, so you might get an account that has already accessed certain services. So somebody took their time to bookmark those key services. So to bookmark a service is very easy. You just click on that service. So if you are using your own account and you want to bookmark something else, example, you can click here, then maybe type, maybe I want to bookmark IAM, which is a very important security service. IAM, in Identity and Access Management. I'll just click on this star. You see what has happened? You see it has appeared here. So it makes your work really easy instead of you just having to type the services every time. Okay, so I'm going to go to the instances, and then I'm just going to confirm that I can access it through the public IP. So Collins has shared the link in the group, or for the WhatsApp group for these separate dedicated individuals. Thank you so much for always taking your time out of your busy schedules to take part of this. So please make sure you check that. And actually, I'll focus on giving you more resources just because taking time. I'll not give people who feel they're too busy to access this. So I'll support you more. So let's get on. So let's pick this, and then I'll choose the public IPv4 address. Then I will paste it here. Yes, I will share the recording. What I'll just do, the reason why I need to record first, I need to record, then I make sure I put it on YouTube, and then I remove the personal information that maybe we had at the start of the session. The personal information that shared, so that then we're able to have that. So that is why I was not even allowing people to record on their own. So you can see I'm able to access. So I'll do that if fantastic. So you can see I'm able to access. That is fine. How was I? What did I do? Where is my EC? Where is, oh, yeah. Yeah, so it is working. So let us go directly directly to what? Let us go directly to creating the VPC. Let us go to VPC. VPC creation is usually almost the first thing after you diagram, after you create your architecture, after you, I mean, you not create, you design your architecture. So after this, I'm going to give you a 5-minute break so that we just dial in on that. Then we'll come back and do a bit of security and just a little bit of storage using S3. And then you can call it a good camp. I'm going to try to make sure we finish by around 5:15, 5:20 there. So let us just finish creating this VPC, then we can have a short break so that you just get off the screen, stretch a bit, dance to something if you love dancing, whatever it is you do. And people go for breaks. So let's go to create a VPC. You can do it from here. VPC and more, remember. Integrate generation, and it was written lab. You remember, if you remember very well. If you forgot, you can still see, here it is. And then CIDR block is 10.0.0/16. It is already here. I don't think we need an IPv6 block for now. Tenancy should be default. Number of availability zones is 2. Number of public subnets is 2. Number of private subnets is also 2. Customize, I'll expand the customize this part. Don't forget, sometimes they usually disappear. If you can customize the AZs if you want. If you don't want to available zone 1A and 1B, you can choose maybe 1C and 1D. But I'll just use the default ones, 1A and 1B. So if I want to customize the CIDR blocks, I need to customize it according to the requirements of the customer, which is first of all 10.0.0/24. The first one is /24. Then I'm having 10.0.1.0. So .1.0 till /24. Then I'm also having the private subnet 1, 10.0.2.0. Slash what? /24. And then I'm going to have what? Private subnet 2 as 10.3.0/24. Let me just copy this to make my work relatively easy. I'll just paste it there. So I'm done. So how do you understand this? So I'm having, you can see it is changing at the third octet. So there are usually 4 octets. They're usually separated by the 3 dots. 1 dot dot dot. How many dots? Dot 1, 2, dot 3. Yes, separated by 3 dots. 4 octets separated by 3 dots. So you can see the easiest way to understand, we start with an octet with starting with an octet starting. The third octet is now 1. I mean, the first octet is 0. The second the first public subnet, public subnet 1 has 0 in the third octet. And then we have public subnet 2 has 1 in the third octet. Private subnet 1 has 2 in the third octet. And then private subnet 2 has 3 in the third octet. It's just a simple way. So if you're trying to understand, is there a pattern? Is there, why .1.0, then .2.0, then .3.0? Just a way of just trying to have them in different areas. They can be in any way. You can even decide it's going to go from 0, then 16, then 32, then whatever it is you want. But it depends on the customer. So I think those are the requirements. And update. Those are we don't want the NAT gateway. It usually has the $sign to tell it's quite something. And then VPC endpoint. I don't I don't think you can have an S3 or none, so I'll just leave it the way it is default. And then I'll be able to preview. So there's a diagram that usually previewed as you create things. You can see. So the moment I did this, you can see it creates a diagram for me. Tells me I'm going to have 4 subnets. This is about there's going to be a lab internet gateway that is going to be created. There's an S3 endpoint. When I say none, do you see it has disappeared? I say yes, I want that. If I say I want a NAT gateway, do you see it has appeared? If I say I don't want it, it has disappeared. So this diagram just gives you a preview of how things appear. So that way, then I just click on create VPC. Now I'm having my custom VPC. It usually takes some few seconds, less under a minute. So I'm not allowed to create an S3 endpoint. So that is why you can see that does not work. So I just go to back and I'm going to just say none. I'm supposed to create a VPC S3 gateway endpoint. So let's see whether that will work now. So that lab does not allow you since it is not own account, you have no power over certain rules. So if you see an error sometimes, you are not authorized to do this and that, you can go back and just change the step and see what was and remove what was not allowed. So I'll click on view VPC and then I'll go to security groups, which is here on the left panel. Then I'll create a security group called web server 2SG. Create a server web server. I'll just put the name. Then allow HTTP access. The security group allows HTTP access. Then I'm going to make sure that the VPC is the lab VPC. So I'm seeing 2 lab VPCs. What the hell? I think it should be the one. So what I'll do so that I'm very careful, I'm going to open, that is why you can see it's always important to note the VPC ID. I'm going to go back. And then I'm going to go to VPCs and I'll try to see the VPC that I just created. Oh yeah, you remember the other one failed, then another one worked. So that is why I think I'm having 2 of them. So this one is that it's 868. Let's see if it is the one. Should be having the 0.1.3. Look at that, it has. I think we can use this 868, and that has 868. 868, it is this one. And then I'm going to add an inbound rule. I'm going to choose HTTP. Then I'm going to go to choose any IPv4, and I'm going to type allow web access. Good. Then inbound rule is always by default, it allows all traffic. Then I just create a security group as stated here. So I'm just creating the security group, I'm done. And then I'm now going to explore the configuration settings for launching an EC2 instance. So once you have the VPC, think of it like you've created a playground. Just like when you're about to build a house, you don't just come and bring in the components of building the house and start building. You have to prepare the ground for the building of the house. A ground that is prepared for growing maize is not the same ground where it's not the same kind of ground that has been prepared to build a house. So VPCs work in a similar manner. So let us look at this. Let us look at this. So I need to go to EC2. So just choose EC2 from here. And then I'm going to launch an instance. This is your first compute instance. Think of it like the way if you're familiar with VirtualBox, when you're able to download an image from the internet and then you launch it onto your Oracle VirtualBox or your VMware, and then you are able to get maybe a Linux instance running inside your Windows machine. So think of it like that. You didn't think of it like that. So I'll launch an instance here. We call it installed web server 2. So a machine image is the way you think about the image that you download from the internet if you're using Ubuntu or something like that. And I'm going to have it as web server 2 as the name. You can see there are so many. There's Amazon, if I want Mac OS or Ubuntu or Windows or Red Hat. They have different costs around them. Debian, for example, you cannot use Windows if you don't have maybe, let's say, a license. That's Windows. So I'm just going to use the Amazon Linux. Two, remember that you should not choose the Linux 2023 AMI. So let us choose Linux 2 for now, not to be confused by the newer version of Amazon Linux 2023, which is still a newer version, but for this lab, they want it that way. And then you're going to choose t2.micro. So if you open an AWS account, which I will advise you to do once we are in the group, it's important so that you can test out some of the different services in workshops. You will be able to do more. You'll be able to do more also after, but that depends on you having a finished app on all the knowledge around AWS Educate. So keep your login, choose keep your name is required. Then I choose work key. From the keep your drop down, please proceed. I choose on proceed. So I don't want that, although it is not recommended. But for these cases of this lab, because if you don't create a key pair, you'll not be able to SSH into those instances. SSH is when you want to access the command line through a secure shell, through the SSH protocol. The network settings is very important. You have to click on edit, then use by default usually has it goes any EC2 instance is created in the default. So you need to move from the default to the one. Mine ends with 868. Subnet. Choose the one with the public one, which is this one. Remember we had two public subnets and two private subnets. Then auto assign public IP we are going to enable. If you don't do this, it's not going to get a public IP and you cannot access it from outside the VPC. Then security groups, we're going to, I think, select an existing group. Then we're going to use the one that we just created, which is web SG. It's there. So it can, several security groups can apply. You can have multiple, but by default, usually prefer you having one to make your work easier. Then where are we? From the common security, choose in the advanced details for an IAM instance profile, choose work role. So advanced network configuration, I don't think we're changing anything in there. Advanced details is why only this place you can miss it. You can see where it is. You see where it is very easy to miss it. But remember, you have to click. You can see the arrow here. It shows you can expand it. So please do make sure that you consider this as you're looking at it. So I'll expand it from there so you can see. Then I'll choose the IAM instance profile. Is what the lab is requesting us to change. In some cases you might not need it, but it has already been pre-created for us in the lab. So I will choose IAM instance profile. And don't forget here, please don't get you're going to do maybe Collins will tell us and you're going to take a screenshot at the end of the session, or usually put in the cloud club sign, and then we are going to share. I'm happy to share with you and be tagged. It's important to share these things on social media because it builds your professional profile. It is important when people are looking for you and wanting to know what you know. So don't forget to do that. So, and in the advanced details section, you've already done, you're going to also copy these commands. I think I explained them. It's a bash script. So also scripting is very important to understand. So I'm putting it under user data. So just line by line, this is the Bing bash. Then we have this is just a comment, just tells that the next command is going to install Apache Web Server and PHP, which are these two commands. If you look at it from here, let me use this side so that you're able to see it. So it tells us that these are the two commands that are going to run. The first one is to just install, as you can see, it's all about installing MySQL. The other one is all about installing, MySQL and Apache. Two things, MySQL and Apache. Then you're going to download some lab files called an inventory application. Then you're going to unzip that file because it is coming as a zip file. And then you're going to also download the AWS SDK, Software Development Kit for PHP, so that you're able to run the PHP. Then you're going to just unzip it to the default web folder, which usually var www.html. So if you understand that, so then you're going to turn on the web server by checking whether it is already on. If it is not on, you're going to also do service Apache start or service HTTP start. So that is what that command is, that script is doing. So you're done. Number of instances, you only need one. Then you can also review the summary. This summary section helps you understand what have you just configured. So this whole, so then you just put the instance. So what am I not authorized to perform? Identity. In editing configuration, let me see if I missed something. Workload. I did that. Like maybe there's an issue with me launching the instance, but it should work. Or did I not choose Amazon Linux 2? Amazon Linux 2, Web Server 2. Maybe it's an issue with the way they have in their bot. It means that I'm not allowed to run these runnings, which I don't know why, but it should be within the lab restrictions, which is totally fine because it was all about launching the EC2. So let us take a 4-minute break. I know it's 4:51. You can take something as I set up the security side of things. Then you can get onto it. Just get onto it. So 4 minutes on the clocks, and just get my clock up. Then I give you 4 minutes on the clock. Here. I put something different. Let me just edit something here. instead of 4 minutes, I put 4 hours. I was wondering why it is telling me we're going to start something after what? 0. Oh, okay, it should be. Yeah, 4 minutes. I've taken already 1 minute setting that up. After that counter times down. Awesome. So I hope you enjoyed your short break. Let us go on. Let me just share my second screen. So confirm to me that you can see my split screen. You're seeing one side just an empty tab, and also on this side you're seeing the getting started with security course. And if you can put, which number are we in? You can put a 9 on the chart. And also if you already joined the WhatsApp, you can also do a 9 and a 10. So you can put 9 and 10 if you've already joined the WhatsApp group, and also you have been able to save it. So are we here? Just to confirm, I can see Collins, thank you. The rest of us, are we back? Thank you, Brandon. Have you joined the WhatsApp group? You can put a 10 if you've also joined the WhatsApp group. If you haven't, please make sure you join the WhatsApp group. Anything else? Okay, good. I can see all of you are good. You're doing well. Yes. So the other course is this one. I've just done a filter. I just did a lab filter. Then I just did a security filter. So you're just going to get, after you apply those two filters on the AWS Educate platform, you're going to get this getting started with security, which is a lab. Getting started with security course. It has two sections. It has the theory section as well as the practical part, which I'll focus on. So let us look at this. I'm going to be pretty fast on this, so you'll try to catch up with me. If you haven't joined the WhatsApp group, Collins has already reshared the WhatsApp group link on the chat. And if you're going to be watching this late, you can always reach out to Collins Temoy on LinkedIn and just reach out to him on this. So let us, where are we? So it is. So look at this. What is security? Security is very important. I'll start with you with a certain importance. So I've been hacked on AWS like several times, 4 or 5 times. So that is why security is so important to me. If you follow up on what I post on LinkedIn every time, most of the time AWS, what I look about in terms of AWS is some of the security best practices. And why is this important? Because the only way you can be secure in the cloud is by realizing that there are a lot of security features available for you there. But if you don't follow the best practices and you become ignorant of them, then you will definitely be hacked like I was hacked. So my AWS account was hacked and it almost costed me over $300. You can imagine that is almost over 45,000 in this day and age. And somebody tried to spin up so many instances at the same time because I'd leaked my credentials on GitHub when I was doing a certain project. So it's very important for you to know the importance of security right from the ground up. The first service that is totally dedicated towards this is the AWS IAM service. It's called Identity and Access Management. So it is usually a web service that, as you can see here, just highlight where I'm reading from. As you can see from here, so it's a service that helps you securely control access to AWS resources, and also it can allow you to securely manage access to some of the AWS offerings and resources. So remember that using IAM, you can create and manage what we call AWS users and groups, as well as create permissions and allow and deny their access to AWS resources. There's a session that I did on security and compliance on AWS for the AWS user group Kigali. I'll also share that on the WhatsApp group so that you can easily check what I covered on that, so that you can get a firm idea of what we discussed also in more detail. There are so many security services, but remember, security starts with you. It is not the services, it's not the tools. It's about you being conscious and aware of the risks that are there around you not being serious about security. So where are we? So remember that you'll only be charged for the use of other AWS. So it is a feature that is offered. So since AWS realizes that security is a very important feature, they do not charge you for their IAM service. But remember that you're only charged for the use of other services that are used by the users that you create on that platform. So what are we going to cover here? You're just going to know that you're going to be able to know some of the fundamental security concepts, some of the IAM features, benefits and use cases, how to configure IAM users, groups and roles, discuss what you call IAM policies, how do you set up multi-factor authentication, which is very important when you're dealing with your root account. AWS announced that, I don't know, starting January, that they're going to enforce MFA. So you're going to create an AWS root user account and bypass the importance of putting up MFA and setting up the password policy. So then we're going to also identify some of the other AWS security services. Some of these objectives you're going to gain by going through the theory part of the course. So you realize that you might not cover all those objectives in this session. So let's go direct to the module so that I don't have to go step by step. So you're going to go through this, but then there's this getting started with security lab guide. Let's see what might be important. So let us just look at it. What is the lab guide telling us? So that you don't just get into the lab without being guided. So if you're here, if you've opened the getting started with security course and you're opening the lab guide as I'm doing that, can you, if you've already opened the lab guide, you can put what are we, 11 on the chart. We're going to finish at 15. I'm not going to go to around 50. So if you are there on the getting started with security lab guide, please do tell me. Do put an 11 on the chart. So there, just want to know who we are doing this together with. Thank you, Michelle. Thank you, Collins. I'm waiting for a good threshold of the number, at least 4 or 5 people. Thank you, Brandon. One more person. Thank you, James. Good. So we can move on. So you can see it said in this hands-on lab, we're getting started with security. You get a basic overview of the AWS identity and access management. So remember that with IAM, you can specify who or what can access the security services and the resources in AWS, which is very important. And you can even centrally manage some of the detailed permissions at a granular level. And you can also analyze and access and refine the permissions across AWS. So remember that there are certain concepts around security called policies, users, groups, roles, which you can use to now grant and restrict access based on the needs of the organization. So there is even a specific role in cloud for what we call a cloud security engineer, or a DevSecOps engineer, or a cloud security analyst, or a cloud security consultant. So that is how important security is when it comes to the cloud and AWS. So remember that after we have been able to finish this lab, we're going to be able to explore pre-created IAM users and groups that have been created for us. We're going to be able to inspect some of the IAM policies that have been applied to these pre-created groups. Remember, the groups is a way. For example, like we can be able to have a finance department, you can have a finance user group. If you're having a software, an application development department, or a group of people who just do development of applications in your organization, you can create a developer user, a developer IAM user. If you're having people who are dealing with databases, they're only the database administrators, you can create a database group and give them access only to the database related services. So you apply something called the principle of least privilege. So where you actually give someone only enough permissions that they need to do their task and not just everything. So following our real world scenario, you're going to add users and groups with specific capabilities enabled. Then you're also going to locate and use what we call the IAM sign-in URL. Then we're going to experiment the effects of the policies on access to services. So we're going to move very fast. So please keep up with me. So let's go. So remember, this is how you start the lab. It tells you how you click on start the lab. And then also it tells you that if you're going to see that, then you're going to see AWS, and then you see can you be able to work on a split screen, or later on if you are on your own, you can also use those screens. You can also copy paste code references, and remember to always follow the instructions carefully. So remember, if you get stuck on a step, just go back and read instructions. Then you can even submit a ticket. But if you're stuck at any point, you have our WhatsApp group. Please join in and ask your questions. You might be having a peer that has already done something there. Awesome. Let's get on to this. So if you are already inside, I know some of you are inside the lab and you clicked on start lab. As I'm doing this, please put a 12 in the chat. Yeah, so Brandon is there, Shell is there. So start lab. I don't think I need the terminal. I think I need the readme. So just go readme. So I think we've already gone through all that. So let us see what is here. So the first task is we're going to explore the users that are already been created for us on IAM. And then we're going to note that you are in the North Virginia, usually known as US East 1, because you might need this information. Just wait until it's ready. Then what else is required? I'm also going to, I can be able to go through the full detail, but I think when you just click on service and type IAM, I'm going to be good to go. And then in the navigation, we're going to choose users, and then we're going to see these users. We're going to see the user 1, we're going to see user 2, and also going to see user 3 here. So let's move on and see what happens here. So the moment we choose user 1, as you can see here, it's going to give us the summary page, and then we're going to see the permissions. In this case, we're going to see that user 1 does not have any permissions. But then we're going to go to the groups tab, and then we're going to see that user 1 is also not a member of what? Any groups. Then we're going to go to the security credentials. We're going to see that the user has been assigned a console password, which allows access. So in the navigation pane of the panel, we're going to see the user groups, and we have the EC2 admin, the EC2 support, and also the S3 support. So it looks like the EC2 admin has more control over EC2 instances. Then you have the support, which you can just only see the telemetry or the metadata around or the status around these instances. And then you have the S3 support, who can also only support around S3 storage. S3 stands for secure, simple storage service, which you're going to still see. So let us get onto this. So I think I can now click on AWS. And I'm going to arrange on a split screen. Just move these modules. Then I'll just log out on the other account. Then I'll log in, log back in. Where's my log back in? Surely. Okay, I'll just click on that. So far, so good. Hopefully, everyone is good. You're learning something. Good. So let us get into this. Let us go to IAM. Just click on start and click on the type. Start. Love Windows too much. On the search bar, type IAM. It is here. It is already bookmarked, so it means that I can find it here. You can also bookmark your own resources, the one that you use a lot, and then you have this. So you're going to go on the navigation. Remember, by now you already know where the navigation pane is. So you're going to have this navigation pane. So we click on it. So on this navigation pane, we're going to go to the part written users, which is this part, right? Then when you go to users, you're going to see the different users, and they can even get a summary, as you can see here. I'm already seeing I'm having 3 users, user groups. I'm having 3 users, and I'm also having 13 roles currently. No policies and no identity providers are being created. So let us get into this. So you can see right now we are having how many? We are having the users, right? And different users, all of them, as we've been told, they don't have permissions, they don't have what? They don't have all these. So if I go to, sorry, if I go to user 1, if I choose the new one, and I can see if I go to the permissions, you can see I'll be able to see no permissions. Still loading, but it's going to show me. You can see no resources to display. If I go to groups, that person is that the user does not belong to any groups. So in the navigation, I'm going to choose user groups. It's here. Then I'm going to choose, I'm already seeing the 2, the 3. You can see EC2 admin, EC2 support, and S3 support as mentioned in the guide. Remember, these were pre-created. Not every lab, not every AWS account that you're going to have will have these. Remember, this is a lab. So all these groups were pre-created for you so that you're able to learn. So always remember, so don't assume that anytime you log an AWS account, you'll find these groups up there, and then you'll start asking me, why don't I see these groups that is so in the lab? Remember, a lab will have some resources pre-created for you so that you don't start learning from scratch. So choose the name, EC2 support group. So I'll just choose that. Then it takes me to the permission. Then the summary page, it doesn't have any users in the group. It doesn't have any users in it. Then I'll go to the permissions. So you can see the support group only has one permission, principle of least privilege being applied here. EC2 read-only access. So that person cannot launch an instance, They cannot maybe modify an instance. They cannot terminate an instance. They cannot reboot an instance. Only thing that they can do is they can only check the instances that are there. So you can see. So these are these are called managed policies. So AWS that has done the heavy lifting for you and created the permission. So if I can expand on it, just expand on it, you can see this is how they usually provided in like a JSON format. So you can see there's a certain component, certain aspects of a policy that you're going to see. You're going to learn in the theory part, which is like the principle, I think the effect, the action against which resource, effect, action against which resource, and even the version and the statement. So these managed EC2, you can see, can only allow person to describe EC2 under EC2 describe. You can also be able to see some of the load balancers for all resources. It will allow the person to list the metrics on CloudWatch, also get the metric statistics through CloudWatch, and also describe on CloudWatch against all the resources. Then can be able to, it allows the policy also allows the person, any user that is added to this group to see auto scaling. So this can see this is a bit different from, we're going to see it's going to be a bit different. So you can see that one that is how it looks like. So you can see all the details are here, effect, which is, and then the actions and the resource. Then the left navigation panel on the left, choose user groups. And then I choose S3 support. Then I'll go to the permissions tab. Then I'll be able to open this managed policy. It's still an AWS, you can see it's an AWS managed policy. So it means that how it is, the editing and what should be there and should not be there is not you who did it. It is AWS who considered it. So S3 read-only access only allows person to do these following actions against S3 service: to get, list, describe, to do object lambda get, and also object lambda list. So that is what it can only do. So you can see, look at this business scenario. So we want to work for a company that is using AWS service and is using some of the many EC2 instance as well as S3 backend. So you want to give access to somebody has just been hired, depending on their job function as indicated. So user one has been hired to do S3 support. So they only need read-only access to Amazon S3. The second user or the second employee has been hired for EC2 support. So they only need read-only access to EC2. Then the third user is the admin. Maybe that person came in with a lot of experience. So they have been given more permissions such that they can view, they can start, they can stop, and even do all this on the EC2 instances. So how does this really work? We need to go to add the users to the pre-created groups for us. So you can see we recently hired user one into the role to provide support for Amazon S3. So we'll add them to the S3 support group so that they will They will inherit. So you can see the keyword here is to do what? To inherit the necessary permissions. And where are they inheriting these permissions from? From the S3 support group. Remember that the group has the policy. It is a group that has a policy. So when the user is added to that group, they inherit the policies of that group. So ignore any not authorized errors that will appear during this task. They are caused by your lab having limited actions and will not impact your ability to complete the lab. So remember that IAM, since it's a very delicate service, the lab environment that you're given, this account, is usually severely limited so that you cannot do so many things. So let us add user one to the S3 support. So go to user one. I'll just go to here. Then I'll add users. Just remove the other part. Then I'll add user one to the S3 support group. And I'll just follow it up. It's the same thing. EC2 support. I'll go to the EC2 support user group. And you can see something different that has happened. Let me show you something here. You could see that all the others, only S3 support doesn't have an exclamation mark because S3 support now has one user added to it. Still, you can see EC2 support has 0, which are going to change. And then also same as EC2 support. That is also something, an important part to check when you're dealing with these things. So let us go to EC2 support. We're going to add a user. Remember that EC2 support was user 2. We're going to add that user. And then you're going to go to EC2 admin and add user exactly. So go back to user groups, go to EC2 admin. Then I'm going to add a user. Then I'm going to add user. So you've done that, you've already done that. So you can see when I go back to user group, remember we had some exclamation marks, but as you can see now, it is now perfect. Every group has at least one user. So can I get other team if you've been able to add all the users to the respective user groups? For example, like right now, we said user 1 should be in the S3 support, user 2 should be in EC2 support, user 3 should be in EC2 admin. Can I get other team on that? Michelle T, that is like short form for that team. Okay, thank you. The rest of us, are we still struggling on that or? Thank you, Collins. Let's to move a bit faster. I want to release you early. Thank you, Brandon. So let us move. So right now, the other thing is every user gets a sign-in URL. So most of the time, I think the account you get a sign-in URL for IAM. So logging into the root account is a different URL from the logging in for IAM users. So when you look at, let us now try to test sign-in link to the text editor. So let us go. For us to access the sign-in link, just go to the dashboard. So the dashboard is this part. Is the dashboard. This part. You can see that. So if I do this and I just click on the dashboard, and then I will go to so let me just delete. Yes, so you can see since I would split screen, so you can see it is here. You can see I'm able to see my account ID and also what we call the sign-in URL for IAM users in this account. You can even customize this. For example, for myself, I usually have customized so that I don't have to cram the number, my account ID number. So you can put an easy to remember name. For example, you can have as maybe Michelle M.signin.aws .amazon.com/console, or Michelle C, or Collins T, or Brandon. You might find Brandon has already been taken. So those are all the things that you need to remember as you customize. So let me copy the sign-in URL. Okay, sorry. Copy the sign-in URL, paste it somewhere. I don't think I need that, so I can just paste it there. And then I will do what? You need to take this somewhere here. Take that there. So test user 1. So I'll go on a private and incognito window. Just a new incognito window here. Then I open the sign-in URL. Run it here. So the username is user 1. Username is usually the name that you give the user. Then the password is lab password 1. Don't forget that if you pick the space, it can give you an error and frustrate you. So don't forget as you select, you don't pick up the space. So you can see I'm now logged in as user 1, and you'll see something different. You can see mine is written voclab /user federated user blah 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 /user 293 blah blah blah. But when I open this, you're going to see something different. You're going to see user 1 at, you see the way it is different. Then it is written IAM. This one is written IAM user, as you can see here. But this other account, which is not in the incognito window, it is called what? Federated users. So it is a federated user. So I'm having that. So you can see this is the IAM user. So on the services menu, I'll choose S3. Remember, what can we do in S3? This is S3 support. We cannot create a bucket. A bucket is a resource inside S3 service. We can only view or maybe list the buckets. So you can see they have permission to see the buckets and their content. So you can see this bucket, and I can see I can even, I don't know, I'll try, maybe let me try to upload something on it. Add files, and maybe let me add that. Upload. You can see the reason why. Do you see why it failed? Access denied. This is S3 support. S3 support, you're not supposed to upload anything. So, but if I go to EC2 also, remember I cannot do anything on EC2. I was hired to support people on Amazon S3. So I should not be able to even see anything. I'll see a lot of errors there, like API error and all this, because I'm not allowed. So you can see I'm seeing API error, so many errors. Why? Because I'm not supposed to see anything here. I'm not supposed to know what is going on in EC2. So you can see you are not authorized to perform this operation. So you can see it's because as S3 support, anyone in this group is not supposed to tamper or deal with anything on EC2. So I'll just sign out, and then I'll now sign in as user 2. So that's the principle of least privilege access that is in play. And also something else, as I'll tell you as we move on, important in security, it's important to understand what we call the shared responsibility model. And if you're planning to do the AWS security, AWS Cloud Practitioner certification, it is tested a lot, where us as users, we are responsible for security in the cloud. But AWS or any provider, mostly AWS that is responsible for security of the cloud. So for us, it is in the cloud while we are in the cloud, and AWS is responsible for security of the cloud. So what that means is it is not my business to know whether AWS is securing the data centers, the availability zones, or making sure that there is air conditioning that is happening in the data centers, or whether they are using the right hard disks or whatever it is in terms of the infrastructure. That is their work. But it is my responsibility to ensure that I encrypt data both in transit and at rest. So those are some of the things that you're going to understand as you delve into the interesting waters of security. So it's called the shared responsibility model. So you can see I am user 2. Just put user 2 here. Then the password is lab password 2. And I'm just going to sign in. So here, which did you put? User 2 is in which user group? Someone can remind us and put it in the chat or say it. Which user group is user 2 in? Allow me to do something. Okay. Okay, I asked a question. Hello. Hello. Yes, which group did we add user 2 in? Someone? Someone can tell us very, very fast. We move on. Hello. User 2 is in which user group? Yes, EC2 support, right? EC2 support. Yes, Michelle. Yes, EC2 support. So what does that mean? It means that that person cannot do much on EC2, but they can really see something on EC2. So I'll go back to EC2 and just choose instances. EC2. So you can see I'm already seeing user 2 at the top here. I'm just going to EC2. Then I'm going to make sure I choose the region, the right region. I can see I'm in the wrong region. EU North 1 should be in EC2. So you can see. I should be in US East 1. Yes, Michelle, that is good. So here we are. You can see no errors. I'm having one EC2 instance that is running. I'm having some volumes. I'm just seeing everything that I want to see. So remember that EC2 is a region-based service. So it means that when you launch an EC2 instance in US East 1, you should not expect to see it when your console is configured at maybe US East 2, Ohio, or even maybe Cape Town. You have to switch to the correct region. So where are we? So you can see I'm able to see a lot of things. So I can select an instance and I try to choose stop. But remember, this is EC2 support. They should not be able to do this. So I go to actions and I try instance state, then I choose stop. So I should expect an error. I see a big black red kind of thing here. Just now you can see I've been able to see that big black red thing. But the most important part of this big black red thing is this part. You are not authorized to perform this operation. User 2 is not authorized to perform stop instances on resource because no identity policy allows the EC2 stop instance action. So you can see there's the encoded authorization failure message is encoded, but when it is decoded, is the error. Good. So you just sign out finally, then we get to the third one. The third user was in which group? Third user was in which group? I'm checking the chat for you to tell me. Not Brandon, it was not S3 support. It was, as Michelle has perfectly said, is EC2 admin. So what means that that person should be having the ability to stop the instance, start the instance. S3 support was user one, which you already looked at. So I've logged in as user 3. I'm happy it has defaulted to use US East 1. So I just choose EC2. So remember we got a big black red error. So if I go to EC2 now, and I try, which I know I'm no longer just doing support, I'm also an admin on EC2, meaning I can do more. Okay, so we are here, it is loading. So we are here, sorry, so let's go try and stop the instance. Then we can say we have done something, do a bit on S3, then we are done. So we are expecting, what are we expecting here? We're expecting that we were unable to stop the instance when you are working as EC2 support. So let's say we have gotten a promotion and we are now we have gotten the permissions to stop an instance by being added to EC2 admin sub user group. So the EC2 admin and user group, the user 3 has inherited the permissions or the policy that gives the permission for all the users in that group to stop instances. So I'll select this running instance, and I'll just go to instance state, then I'll say stop instance, and you're going to see successful. It's loading. I don't know it's loading a bit long. So it should be able to stop it. Then done with that. So you can see you've been able to do what? You've been able to think about right now you already know how we can create an infrastructure that is secure, an infrastructure that is having networking done in the right way. You can see successfully stopped has appeared. So it means that if I just refresh, it will not, the instance state will stop from, will not show running anymore. It will show something else. It will show stopping, stopped. You can see it is already showing now. Stopped. So it means that the user 3 has been able to do that. And even if I go back to user 2 or user 1 and try to start the instance, I will not be able to do that. Maybe even in user 1, I cannot even look at which instances are there. But for EC2, for user 2, who has EC2 support, is in the EC2 support group, they'll be able to see the instance, they'll be able to see that it is stopped, but they'll not be able to do anything more. Done. So that is it on security, but there is a lot more. Let me not tell you that we've covered a lot, but that was just a good start of how you understand things, especially on IAM. There's a lot more to be covered on cloud security. So don't feel that you've done it all. So please do check out, and also do make sure you read through the theory part of this. So I will end the lab on that part, and then I'll sign out of this so that it doesn't appear to affect me. Then I'll close that, and then I go back to Educate, the home page here. I'll change my filters. I'll just clear them. Then I'll choose a lab. Then I'll choose under skills. I'll choose. Okay, I think I can just look at this. You can see getting started with storage. Then I'll just click on confirm. So you can see. So one of the most important storage services that have been known on the face of this earth, if I can call it the face of this earth, is Amazon S3. So S3 has really supported so many big companies. For example, companies such as even Netflix, even Amazon, the e-commerce platform side of Amazon, and so many other services because of its versatility, and even at some point it has even been helped people to host their static websites. So what really is S3? When you talk about S3, what do we mean when we talk about storage, simple storage service? But remember, storage is more than just object storage. There's different types of storage. So when you're looking at it, you need to know the different storage types and the difference between them and the theory around them. So this course called Getting Started with Storage will give you all that you need when you understand that. Let us now focus on S3 because of what? So it is just an object storage service. There's a difference from object storage from that to file storage and any other type of storage that you're going to see. And it is the industry leading scalability, data availability, security, and performance of what it can offer. Then customers of all sizes in the industry can use Amazon S3 to store and protect any amount of data for a different range of use cases. So some of the use cases around S3 is websites, as I mentioned. I'd also mentioned around backup, and I think I mentioned about mobile apps. It can help you with mobile apps in terms of storage. You can even use it to store pictures and a number of other things, and backup and restore. You can use for backups, archiving, and even enterprise application. So even IoT device and even getting into data analytics and big data analytics cannot escape the importance of S3. So just remember that you'll acquire the knowledge just needed so that you can start using S3 by knowing key elements, and how to configure them, and how to upload data. You must have seen we looked at S3 a bit when we started out on the other lab on I. You can see these are some of the objectives of your course. Be able to know and discuss the different types of storage solutions, their features and the benefits. Now the features and concepts of Amazon S3, some of the storage classes, which is very important, especially when you're looking at the cloud practitioner exam. S3 storage classes are very important to understand. Then how to use S3 to create a bucket, load objects, and work with objects. Then you also know how to configure Amazon S3 configurations for what we call cost savings. Because if you don't understand that, S3 can be costly when you're looking at it at scale. And then you're having some of the different other AWS storage solutions, as well as the use case. And you can be able to use Amazon S3 to create a static website, usually a very good space. When I was starting out to learn about AWS, that is the first lab I ever did, using AWS to create a static website. So please do understand that and be able to see. It's going to be interesting. So let us get into it. Again, I'll not click on next. What I'll do is I'll click on this hamburger icon, and then I'll just choose modules. Choose modules, and then I will jump everything. Then I'll go to the lab. The lab guide is almost similar to the one on security. So I'll just load this lab here. So hope so far so good. Hope you're learning a lot. This is quite something. Collins made sure that he'll be able to use me very well with this trifactor thing. These are like three sessions in one, and trying to put it in less than 3 or 4 hours. It's quite something. So, but it's okay. Wow, I love this kind of setup. So, are you here? Anyone, if you're here, please do do a what? What number in? I said we don't go beyond 15. 14. Do a 14. Do a 14. So this is the AWS labs. So AWS Educate labs, AWS events. So usually this, you can see, you usually get a tour if you are accessing it for the first time. So you get the lab instructions on this middle part. You also get where you can start the lab, called the lab header. And then you get the help panel when you are usually want to see the frequently asked and the documentation. And then where you can change the language if you really need to, where you have your user menu, and also where you can share some feedback, and also just end the tour. And this is where tells you how long it will take. Obviously, it should take less than that. Then, so this is just the getting started with Amazon S3 lab. So I can see a number of things: Michelle, Collins, Dennis. Good, you're doing awesome. I love that. So let us click on Start Lab. It will start provisioning. You need to accept the terms, and then you start. Thank you, Brandon. So you're about to finish. You're going to finish in the next 6 or 7 minutes. I thought it was going to be 3, but it came 4 hours, but it's okay. But I hope you've learned something. And thank you so much for those who have stuck in. And I know it's not easy to do all these things sometimes online. That I look forward to maybe one day also we do this physically at Multimedia. I'd be happy to come there and we do it in a lab and we ask questions and move around the lab that people are set up. And wait for us to do it very soon. maybe sometime early next year after we finish up with the December festivities. So my lab is now ready. So I'll just click on Open Console. And I just put them side by side. Just hide this part. Let us look at the lab overview. In this lab, we're going to use Amazon Street features that we've just learned about so that you can be able to create a static website. Very important kind of a lab. So what are static websites? They just contain HTML pages, images, style sheets, and all the files that are needed to render a website. So static websites, they do not have a server-side scripting or a database. However, they may contain some client-side scripts that run the user's web browser. So remember that you can host a static website on S3 by uploading the content and making it readable by your user. So you can even save a lot of cost on this. So no servers are needed because S3 is usually serverless, and you can use Amazon S3 to store and retrieve any amount of data at any time from anywhere on the web. So that is what you can do. So what are the objectives of this lab? Let us look at them. So first of all, you're going to know how to create a bucket and how you can be able to configure it to be able to host a static website, which is something different. Then you're going to upload some content onto a bucket. Then you're going to turn on public access to the bucket object. Then you're going to securely share the bucket object using what we call a pre-signed URL. Security is very important on S3. I've done an article on S3 security best practices. So if you're on Medium, you can just search me on Kevin Tway and follow me. So it's just on Medium. Don't know whether I have it somewhere here. So if you just search, if I can get it somewhere. Yeah, just do this. You can just search. Okay, just do it from there. We do it from this side. Just search Kevin Tway Medium. Then usually I'm getting into blogging, so please do check me out on Medium. Here it is. So here's the Amazon S3 security best practices. So there's also a link that I can give you so that you can be able to check what some of the S3 security best practices are. Then give it a clap, and also you can also follow me for more content. So I've even done it as a practical. So you can check it out. So let us move on. Let me just do this. My console is up. I usually love it in dark mode, so let me just put it in dark. You can change it from this gear icon and choose the browser default or the dark mode. So just default, still dark mode. So creating buckets, so just look at S3. Search icon. Just call it the start because I think that is where I only start from. So let me open my Zoom so that I can monitor that. But you guys are not speaking. You're so silent. You're even scaring. Feel like I'm alone most of the time. So, but hope you're good. So, but I love the way it is. Some people are. Hope you're not typing the numbers for the sake of making me. It is for your sake or your own sake. So, once I'm here, you can see. Let me just maximize on this so that you get to understand how S3 S3 console is. So we always, as default, usually have this left panel. You also have a bucket section where you have different things. You can be able to copy a bucket ARN, you can empty a bucket. Wow. Do this again. Just repeat that. So you have a bucket section that you can be able to maybe refresh. You've created, you can copy the ARN, you can empty it, you can delete. Some of them are disabled until you select something. Then you can also create a bucket. Then you can also get an account snapshot, be able to know some of the different objects, how much storage you're taking up, and also the average object size, and also all these kind of around your account. So buckets, you have different aspects of S3, you can see, but the most important part is where you're able to create a bucket and be able to see something. So let us just get to this. And you just close that, and we're just about to create a bucket. An S3 bucket name, remember, should be globally used. So for example, I cannot just type Kevin here. I know somebody already did a bucket called Kevin long time ago, so I'll not get it. So remember that it is unique and all AWS accounts share the namespace. So after you create a bucket, no other AWS accounts in any of the AWS regions can use that name unless you delete the bucket. So for this lab, we'll use a bucket within a random number. So I'll just type website 123 and I'll just add one thing else. Instead of that 123, I'll just type some random numbers. I hope nobody has those numbers in their bucket name. And then for object ownership, I'll choose I'll enable access control list, which is the recommended, because all objects are owned by this access to this bucket. So when you disable, which is the recommended option, is access to the bucket and the subject is specified using only policies when it is disabled. But when it is enabled, objects can be owned by other AWS accounts, and access to this bucket can be specified using access control list. So depending on your use case, you might want to disable or you might want to enable. Then I'll choose bucket owner preferred in terms of the object ownership. Remember, whatever the contents of a bucket is the object, right? Oh yeah, so Dennis, that's a good question you've asked. A bucket is a container. It is a container for the objects that you're going to have. Remember, think of it like a flash disk. A flash disk or your memory card contains different types of content. It might be multimedia content, PDFs, blah, 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 all those kind of things. All of those stay in kind of, you try to create something like, think of it like directories or whatever it is, try to organize them, try to delete all things, try to back up those kind of things. So you can think of a bucket as if it is like that flash disk or that kind of a container. It is a container of objects, right? So that is what really a bucket is. It is a component of S3, and it is where the objects live. An object can be an image, it can be a document, it can be a HTML file, it can be a CSS file, whatever, which you're going to see as we move on. I hope that answers your question, Dennis. Okay. So let us move very fast. So for block public access, clear the checkbox. Going to be this by default, it's usually blocked for security. So just for these purposes of this, because you're creating a bucket that will be used publicly, you just uncheck the block all public access, and then you need to acknowledge. You need to really agree that for real you know what you're doing. And then for bucket versioning, you're going to choose enable. What does bucket versioning do? So versioning just means that you're just going to have different variations of the same object in the same bucket. But remember, more versions and you're still keeping all of them can result into more costs, right? So, but it helps in case someone accidentally deletes something on the bucket, and then you can restore the previous version. So Think of it like when you're using version control using Git and GitHub, it can help you. So that is bucket versioning. Then we have tags. You can tag you tag to group your resources. Tagging is very important. It also help you in terms of tracking storage cost and even organizing your buckets. So for tags, I'll choose add. I'll add a tag. So this is a bucket that's going to be for the keys department. So this is a bucket from the marketing department. And I'll just have that. Then I'll choose, I think all these are for the encryption. Remember, I remember I told you about security. The customer is responsible for security while in the cloud or in the cloud. And these are some of the areas where security is important. Although I don't want to go into the details of these, but this is all about encryption. How are you able to encrypt the data in your bucket so that anyone else cannot access it? So there are things such as called the key management service or KMS, and it is not the KMS that most people use when they're dealing with Windows or all those kind of things. So you can see there are now three. There are usually two, now I see three. Seeing dual layer server side with AWS KMS. Wow, that is quite something. So most of the time I've been seeing these two. So I can see there's also a third one. So you can be able to see that. You guys add some post around it. You're welcome. You're welcome. Welcome, Dennis. So let's go to advanced settings. If you want, you can check object lock. Do you want to disable or enable? The object lock works only version, so I can say enable if I want to do that, but I want to just enable that and then just click back. So you can see you can configure a number of things, but for now you can't know everything at once. So you'll easily understand as you move. They see it is the process of creating the bucket. Then I'm now going to configure a static website, which is I really love this part. The first time I ever saw an S3 bucket render my website, so amazed. I shared to almost everyone. I was just imagining I've been able to deploy as the cloud, which is quite something. So we are here. So you can see my bucket has been successfully created. And you can see once you create a bucket, now you can add content. You can see for now this one you can tell, as you can see, let me just go back where I was. You can see it is showing objects can be public. You can see because we disabled. So when I open it, when you open any bucket, there are key areas for you to understand. There is the bucket name, which is usually here, and sometimes it is also available here on the crumbs. Then there are different areas. We have the object section, we have the property section, we have the permissions, we have the metrics, the management, as well as the access policy. When you upload any object, there are a number of things that you can do to it. Some of them are like maybe copying the S3 URI, copying the URL, downloading that file, opening it, deleting it, some different actions. You can even create a folder, or you can upload it, right? So you can see that. So these are some of the things that you. So let us look at what the lab guidance. So I'll go to properties, the properties tab, which is this part. Then I'm going to scroll down. It has different sections. It has bucket overview, bucket versioning, tags, default encryption, intelligent tiering, active archive configuration, server access logging, AWS Cloud Trail, data events, event notification. Don't worry about all these things. You're going to learn them as you move on. They are lock, request a page, static hosting, which is, I think, our case. Important part you're looking at is static website hosting. Then I'm going to edit. I'm going to edit this. Then I'm going to enable that. And then the moment I enable, more options appear. And then I'm going to see the hosting type is host a static website. There's another option of redirect request for an object. Then I'm going to the index document is called index.html because it's going to be a static site. Then the error document should be error.html. Click that. Then I click on save changes. Then in the static website hosting bucket website endpoint, choose link. So I'll choose this link. And then I'll try to open it. See, I know I should expect a 403 forbidden error because you have not configured the website bucket permission. So I'll keep this tab open and then in my browser I can return to it. So I've already configured, so you can see I'm getting access denied, 403 forbidden as expected. So I'll download these files. I'll just right click, save link as, and then I'll save it on my downloads. I'll save this index, the script.js, which is a JavaScript file, save link as, and I'll just save it there. Then I'll save the style CSS, save, right click and just click save link as, or whatever option is showing you, depending on your browser. So then I'll go back to my website. Remember, it is a container, my bucket, my website random number. Then I'll upload, click on add files, go to downloads, just choose the 3, then I will choose upload. Then once I upload, I'll just turn on public access. So objects that are stored on S3 are Amazon S3 are private by default. So just to ensure that it keeps your data secure. So once you've uploaded, you need to ensure that they're publicly accessible. So I'll refresh. You can see you can either make the the objects public by make either the whole bucket public or a specific directory the public on the bucket public. Remember, these are directories, these are not folders, because object storage doesn't work like the file system like NTFS or FAT32 or whatever it is. Usually those appears in certain other things such as EBS, Elastic Block Storage, which is also another different service altogether. So remember we enabled ACLs. You remember that when you are creating this bucket. So you're going to select, then you're going to say make public using ACLs. So you can see you can make individual objects to be public. This is usually safer because you are able to make individual objects public, because doing so avoid accidentally making other objects public. However, if you know that the entire bucket contains no sensitive information, you can use what we call the bucket policy. The one that when we say ACL disabled, you now leverage the policy instead of using ACLs. So let us select the objects and make them publicly accessible. So just select the 3 of them, then go to actions here, then see make public using ACL. Then I think you're going to say make public. So let us refresh our page, our website, our static website, and ta-da! The first time you have your static website served from Amazon S3, and you can even edit the HTML and make things change, then you re-upload, you'll have a new version, then you have that. So this was usually the most interesting part when I did the cloud for the very first time, having a static website. So the final task, okay, there's a task here, securely sharing an object using a pre-signed URL. So let's say you want to share something with someone and you don't want people to get that URL. So for example, I can just download this picture, a PNG file. Save it. Then I'll go back to my objects area. Then I'll upload that file. See where it is, and just upload. Then once it's done, I'll choose close here. The good thing is with a pre-signed URL, it expires. Think of it like when you get an email, then you're told if you don't click on this link within the next 5 minutes, it's going to expire. That is usually what we call a pre-signed URL. Such that even if somebody else gets access to that URL when they have been able to hack your email account, they'll not be able to use. So it's done. So I'll just close and then I'll select that specific file. It is here. And then I'll choose actions. And then I say share with a preferred URL. It is the second option. And then you can say I can choose the number of minutes. I can say I want it available. Then I can say minutes. Number of minutes, I can choose 5. Then I can say create pre-signed URL. Then I'll copy the pre-signed URL. Then I can even share with you in the chat. It's too long. Okay. It seems too long. You can see it has opened the file, right? But after 5 minutes, you're going to see that that image is now going to open. So you're going to see that it will no longer work. So let us go to the final task. Use the task using the bucket policy to secure. So bucket policies are very important. So I'm going to go to the permissions tab of our bucket. Then you can see under bucket policy, I can edit this and I can put this JSON file. So what does this JSON file, this JSON policy do? So it's called bucket policy. What does it do? It does bucket put delete, deny. So it just ensures that no one can delete an object in there. No one cannot delete index.html. No one can delete script.js on style.css. Then I'll make sure. So you can see this policy prevents anyone from deleting the 3 files that make your website work. So that in case you've given people access to your S3 and then they try to access it, then they accidentally delete, then your website is down. So let us edit that. Just put it in full screen. I'll put the policy here. Then I'll need to change that bucket name placeholder with the bucket name. So the bucket name, where is the bucket name? The bucket name is not the full ARN. Just want up to here. Just paste that. Then I'll select up to here and paste again. Then I'll also select up to here, paste again. Then do what? I'll do save changes. So once I have that, then I'll return to the object name, object changes. I'll just click on index and try to delete. I'll type delete. So let's go to the objects and test whether this policy is really going to secure our one of the files that make our website work. In case somebody is on the console and they try to delete. So I type delete. I'll delete objects. You can see failed to delete. You can see access denied. I cannot delete because the policy doesn't allow that. So although you have configured a policy to prevent deletion, you can still update the website by editing the HTML and uploading it to the website again. So on your computer, load the index.html into your editor, for example, Notepad, and edit. And I write created by, then I can write my name, then I save the file, then I'll edit, then I upload, then I'll make public, then I'll see what it is. So let us do that. Let us update our website. Right now, our website is written what? Tabbed from S3. Then I can, instead of this, I'll just go to write created by Kevin. So let's do that very fast. So just do this. I'll go to downloads. I'll open index.html. You open it, and then I can just see what I can do is to make my life easy. Just drag it here. Here. Then I can see where is that part. Start from S3. It is here. Then we say created by Tway. That. And just save it again. Start. Load it. Go back to this. I'll to this. Then I will upload again. Select load. So it is loaded. Let me upload now this new version. Then I'll add the file. And then I will add the index.html again. Then I'll upload permission. Just upload. Just do it the way it's supposed to be done. And it is done. Have the new version. So I'll just action make public using ACL. Make public again. And once I refresh this, you can see it has changed. Created by awesome. So that is done. So how do you explore the file version? Remember that bucket versioning is usually turned off by default. And when versioning is turned off, changes to the objects cannot be undone. So you can never just know that. You cannot say, how can I do that? So, and if, for example, if the old file but if you upload a new version of the file, the old file is replaced with the new one. The original file is lost. But if you delete a file, remember that if you delete a file, it is also permanently deleted and you can never get it back. But when versioning is turned on, changed and deleted versions of the files are saved, and previous versions of the objects are usually not presented by default, but you can access them using the console or even programmatically using the CLI. So because you're keeping earlier versions of the object, you can recover them if you need to, which is very important. But then again, you remember it has a cost implication. So it is important to remember that once you turn on, you cannot turn it off. So, but you can only suspend. So for more information, just always look at this guide on versioning. So return to the S3, choose the objects tab, choose show versions to turn on bucket versioning. So I just close this. Then I'll just tick this. I'll just turn this button on. And do you see what has happened? Because we added another version, we have index.html and a previous version. You can see this was the version 6.11. This is the version at 6.21. So remember that there's a version ID, always a version ID, and you can see it is quite unique. So there are no other versions of script or style. So that is something that you need to know. So unless there's any question, I think I can get a 15 if that was quite something and you've understood it. And if you're going to follow it up, but you get the whole gist around it. So kindly give me a 15 if you've been able to do something and you've been able to understand, and at least, or even at least can do so. So that is S3 for you. Thank you, Collins. Thank you, Brandon. Thank you, Dennis. Thank you, James. Awesome, 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 awesome. So let me just end the lab. So the other thing that is important is you end the lab. And if you're using it on your own AWS account, always check for guides that give you an option to clean your resources. Because if you don't do that, it can really cost you a lot. Because you're going to be dealing with maybe some real credits or whatever it is. So I've ended the lab. I'm also going to sign out of this. Then be able to see. So please, let's follow each other. Let's check on what we can do together. You can always check me, and I think I've already seen that I'm in the group. I'm going to be sharing with you more resources as we move on. So please link up on me on LinkedIn. I'll be happy to connect with you. But then again, please feel free to introduce yourself, see where we met, because sometimes, and also please make sure you do that you have a pretty good profile, meaning that you don't create a new profile, then just try to connect with me. Try to make your profile look good so that it makes sense for me to connect with you. So I think that is that. Thank you so much, Collins. I know it took a bit of more of our time, but I believe it was worth it at the end. We've been able to learn. So basically what we've been able to do, we started with networking. We were able to learn about how to create a VPC. We were also able to learn about other concepts around around security, around securing a VPC, what are the difference between security groups and knuckles a bit. And also we were able to understand some of the different things around route tables, internet gateways, how to enable maybe HTTP access and all that within the security group. Then we went on and looked at security. And we looked about the most important core fundamental service, which is IAM. And what does IAM do? IAM gives you access to different components such as users, groups, and even permissions, and even roles. And even what we understood about the AWS managed policy, we had 3 users, and within those 3 users, we give them different roles. 2 of them could do support, one for S3 and another for EC2. And then we also gave one for an EC2 admin. And you're able to switch between the different users and see whether these permissions were really being enforced. So that's also able to see that the person on S3 support could not maybe delete a bucket or even create one. The person in EC2 support could not stop an instance. And finally, we're also able to see that the EC2 admin had the capability of stopping an instance or even starting an instance. Then we completed with hosting a static website on S3. We also learned about how we can do a bucket policy and use that policy to secure our core files for the static website. We also learned how to use bucket versioning so that in case of any accidental deletion, we can be able to retrieve a previous one. And also, finally, I learned how to use pre-signed URL. So you remember I gave you a link. I don't know whether it became, you remember the pre-signed URL that I used. So let me just show you this as I finish. Let me show you this. You remember we gave it 5 minutes. So if I refresh this, let's see what happened. Do you see what has happened? Request has expired. So that is the good thing about pre-signed URL. So that if case, just think of it like the way you do message timers on WhatsApp. Some of you do that. I don't know why, but maybe sometimes it helps you to save on space that WhatsApp is taking up. So that is what a pre-signed URL can really help you with. So I don't want to go back to this because we can go on and on and on. So that was a brief recap of what we just covered over the several hours. And as saying, I can confidently say we've been able to unleash the AWS Trifactor by looking at how we can secure and also we can get a networked and storage ready cloud infrastructure. Later on, maybe as we move on, as we also interact on the different peer learning, I'm going to expect that you're going to build on this knowledge by looking at more things. And how best to do it, I'll be going to share with you the general immersion day, and I'll expect you to open an AWS account. It's going to take you too long. So I'm going to share that with you, and I'm still going to ask Collins to share with you. So it's called a workshop. AWS has what you call workshops. So the basic modules are going to really help you. And I've shared that on the chat, but I'll still also share with you in the WhatsApp group. Let me see if I can do that right now before I forget. So where is that group? 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 What did you call the group, Colin? As I usher you in to close the session.
Okay. Should I recopy the
Let me
link
just
or
do
something?
I think it is this one. I think it is. Is it this one? Is that the one that I've just posted a message right now? I think it has gone twice. Yeah, that should be that one on the WhatsApp. Yeah.
Yes, it is.
Is the one. Okay, good. Awesome. So looking forward, thank you so much. I know this is the first of many. We're going to have more, and I can't wait for even one where you're going to be the one running it, and then as in you as the ones who have learned today, being the one running it, and maybe just asking questions. So remember, the best way to learn is to teach. So thank you so much. Again, it's been Kevin Tui, and I can't wait to link up and continue helping you in your journey to getting somewhere, even using this knowledge and skills to help people solve problems and even gaining some income around it. So thank you so much. Back to you, Collins. In case anything.
Hello everyone who has sticked around. I really appreciate for your effort, for your time. For all of you who have been patient. I'm so glad that for all who have sticked around, we've been able to learn a lot from Kevin. Actually, it's just beyond my expectation that Kevin has just given us a lot, and we appreciate. Uh, Thank you. I just lack words just to put it, but thank you everyone, and I hope to catch up with all of you in the created WhatsApp group, and we will grow together. And Kevin has just pledged support for us, and for all the good things he is going to be giving us. I don't know, but I definitely understand that he's going to give us a lot good things. So stick around, grow, learn, and yeah, that's all that I could say about this workshop. Actually, let me not call it an event to workshop because we have been able to learn a lot. Thank you, thank you so much. And also, not forgetting, in the room we have our co-captains, Brian and Dennis, and group, and we'll be able to learn together. Thank you so much. Some closing
Thank you.
remarks
Maybe
or anything to say? You
yeah,
can
maybe
just
one of the people who
pull
have
it up
participated
and
can say something before. Just Collins. Sorry. I was saying if somebody can who is like you can say good things. I need to hear someone who has learned, like people like Michelle who have been there, and who else who was very easy. So Sam and so Dennis. Yeah, somebody can say something. Then we can close. They can say how the event was, what needs to be improved. I know the time was crazy. We covered a lot. Somebody can just say something before we close. Somebody is not part of the leadership or something. Yes, Michelle.
Yeah, thanks, Kevin. I really enjoyed this session. It's a way of actually learning because I'm also pursuing cloud computing and I want to, grow in my knowledge and also expose myself to more services in the cloud. Definitely time was an issue, but we understand. We understand that time was well spent. But anyway, I enjoyed it. And also the practicals really helped, to expose me, let me say for myself, expose me to more services on the cloud. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah, Collins, umesikia usinipe 3, 4, 5 sessions at the same time so that people can take in a bit, but you're still going to go together. It is the first of me. Thank you. Thank you, Michelle. Really appreciate it. Unless maybe there's somebody else. I think maybe I'll take it back to Collins, then we can close it off. I also have another meeting at around 8, so I want to just get off the screen a bit so that I can take something, then I can go for the next session where we're planning some beautiful things. But as I've said, please register for AWS reInvent. It's one of the biggest AWS events, actually the biggest cloud events. It's starting next week. There are going to be several virtual keynotes. You can register to attend virtually and then get to understand what is happening. We're in the world of AI. So I know there's a lot of product announcements coming up by AWS over the coming week. And also, please do make sure that you are joined the WhatsApp group. So if you're here and you haven't joined the WhatsApp group, please make sure you do that. So that said, I'll just leave it at that. Collins, thank you so much for the opportunity. And I can't wait. I can't even wait to, I'll give you access to even some people. I know there are ladies here. I'm part of a community where I love the way the ladies are leading the space called Cloud for Sky community. And I can't wait to even invite one of them to come and take you through a session, like people like Macreen, Janet. I have so many people there. And I can't wait to even bring you these people so that they can even motivate you and show you that all these things you can do it, and it is very possible. And I'm glad that you're starting early. Some of us started late, so you're starting early, and please take it as seriously as you can. So back to you, Colin, to close it up. And thank you. See me when I see you. And don't forget to post on LinkedIn, especially you, Colin.
okay.
You took a snapshot.
Okay. Yes. Okay, for just closing remarks, actually, for such events, we are required to have some photo session, some CC photo session. But I don't know, it will depend on whether you're willing for us to take some photos right now, like just one or two for all of us who are here.
Yeah.
Maybe I can get a thumbs up on the chat to see how many are willing for the photo.
Personally, I'm doing it on video. I don't have time to look for the for that piece. Thank you, Fatma.
Okay, fine. Okay, fine. Okay, since nobody is ready for the photo session, it's okay.
So what we'll do
that
is,
being
Collins,
said,
open your video.
I
Open your
really
video. We do it together.
Yes.
Yes. Anyone who is willing, please open your videos. Then we just do the. Is it this what?
Hey, the room that I am in.
It doesn't matter. Or maybe the one
Yes.
who is
The
capable,
CC.
as you can see. Yeah. Do the CC. Yes, let's open our video, then
I
do
don't
the
know.
C. I know it's my first session. Yes, I can see. I don't know. I'm seeing black. I don't know why. Yeah, yes, I can see Dennis. Collins, I hope you're taking a screenshot. I'm going to do it for you. Let's see if I can do it. I know you know Collins, uko na mchezo sana. Hizi vitu unajua, I'll report you to to Tracy. You can do it, then we can, yes, can come on. Good, awesome. I can see
I
Michelle.
wish you would
Yes, you
have
can
taken
see
it
people
earlier
are
in the
willing.
session.
Yeah, gallery, then I can do, yes, let me
Okay,
just do it for you.
okay.
Have you done it?
I don't know.
Is your video working?
No, you can do it for me.
Okay, I can. Okay, Sam's, I can see Sam's was coming up.
Uh,
Sam's, like I see. Awesome. Let me just do it for you. And I can do that. Awesome. I've taken one for you for around 5 people. Awesome.
It's
Yeah.
okay.
Thank you.
It's okay.
So have a lovely one,
I
guys,
appreciate. I
and
really
see you in the
appreciate.
group. Yeah. See you in the WhatsApp group, and I can't wait to interact more with you guys. Thank you.